4 o'clock, and we'll start our city planning meeting. All of you who are here, welcome and thank you for coming, and those who are watching. I want to also welcome the elected members. We have Alderman Marty Zuko, Councillor Louise Elliott, Councillor Ryan Passault, Councillor Gemma Kistos, Councillor Ben Lohberger, Alderman Louise Bloomfield, Councillor John Kelly, Councillor Bill Harvey, and the Acting Lord Mayor Zelinda Sherlock. And I'm Mike Dutta, the Chair. Thank you very much, everybody. I want to begin by acknowledgement to the country. I acknowledge the traditional owners of Nipaluna, the Palawa people, and pay my respects to the elders past, present, and any First Nations people present in this chamber or are watching this planning meeting, which is being live streamed. I also recognize the ongoing struggles and injustices faced by our First Nations people and acknowledge the tireless work of the current national and local leaders. I acknowledge the importance of preserving Indigenous languages, traditions, and cultural practices, and appreciate the dedication of the First Nations people and our local leaders in maintaining their cultural heritage. I also recognize the reconciliation, which is an ongoing process, and that it requires effort and commitment from all of us. Thank you. Item number 2, confirmation of the minutes. Someone would like to move the 19th Acting Lord Mayor. Those in favor? All right. Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Item number 3, consideration of supplementary items, there being none. Number 4, indications of pecuniary and conflict of interest. Are there any? No. Item number 5, transfer of agenda items.
Yes, Chair. Could I transfer item 7.1.2, 3A Gibbon Street, Lena Valley, to be the first item?
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll swap that around. Number 6, Planning Authority items, consideration of items with deputations. We have a list already circulated. Someone move, please, that it be accepted. Councillor Lohberger, all in favor? Aye. Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Item number 7, committee acting as a planning authority. And again, I remind the elected members that under the provisions of Rule 25 of the local government meeting procedures, we are now acting as planning authority. 7.1.2, the first item. Let me just make some comments, please, if you don't mind. This is a very special meeting because it is different from our usual meeting, and there are quite a number of deputations in here. So what I suggest that if the elected members, if you have questions, please make sure that your preamble doesn't go on for too long. If you can ask the question specifically, and we will limit it to 2 or 3 unless there is a violent reaction that I shouldn't do that. The other point that I want to make is this, that when we consider 7.1.1, after the deputations, we will have a meal break for 20 minutes, and then we will come back, the applicant that will make a submission. The applicant requested some time to put their concerns and their points together before they want to respond. So it'll be, I'm allowing that to them so that they can put their points together before they make a response. So thank you very much, and I hope that we follow the rules of the meeting. Thank you. All right, 7.1.2. We have, firstly, the representative Duncan, who's here. Duncan, please come over to the table in the front. You have the mic there. The microphone is there for recording purposes. And when you are about to finish your 5 minutes, When you have about 30 seconds left, I will tell you that you have 30 seconds left if you can then just summarize. Thank you very much, Uncle.
Thank you for the opportunity to make a brief couple of comments and a suggestion. I think I'd just like to lead off with, you've received a report from the planning area, and I think it's deeply flawed in a few ways. They appear to basically accept everything that the development application has in it without necessarily questioning how accurate or complete that information is. It's a very non-critical of information provided. It just accepts it as it must be true if it was provided. It's particularly the case regarding the quite misleading, quite frankly, traffic impact assessment, where, for example, use of weekday business hour photos of the street are used to prove that there's ample parking, when we all know that most people have gone to work using their cars at that time, and if you took a picture outside business hours, you get a very different picture. There's also a lot of reliance made in the application on the availability of a bus service as a substitute to explain why you could have half the number of car parking spaces as the planning scheme says you're meant to have. But nowhere did the council point out that that bus service ends at 2:30 on a weekday, right? So the suggestion that it's an alternative to owning a car is something I would have thought they could perhaps pick up on. I think it was also noteworthy that they didn't even bother to address the many points raised in Patricia Clark's objection regarding traffic matters and parking matters. They simply say, well, the developer says it's okay, so we're fine with it. From what they wrote, you couldn't even be sure that they'd read it. Like, literally, there was no detailed response to the many detailed objections, and I don't think that's reasonable. And in a few spots, like, the level of credulousness just reached absurd levels when they agree there's a strip of land that gives access to Giblin Street for most of the internal block, but then they say there's no access strip land. I'm not sure if this is magical land that shouldn't count and be counted as an access strip, but I don't see how you could acknowledge that a strip of land is needed to access the internal block and then deny there is an access strip. That seems a little odd to me. They also acknowledge, and this was the most disturbing one, quite frankly, that the waste management plan is quite bad, but then say, but we have to say it's okay because otherwise you'd have to put fewer units on the block. Now, I thought that was the whole point of the planning scheme, is to have standards that stop you overdeveloping the capacity of a lot. And it struck me as weird that they would say, well, we have to accept a bad solution because otherwise you'd have to lop a few units off. So I think council has ample grounds to reject this proposal and demand something better. Now, the good news is that if the developer, and I see Jill and Mike are here, are willing to engage in good faith discussion, there's a much better plan available that could be a win for the community, a win just to help solve the housing crisis with more diverse mix of housing that would create a more vibrant community, and it could be a win for the developer because I think the amount of money to be made is probably quite similar. You could get the same number of bedrooms, but with more variety of house size. You could get proper parking and waste management solutions as opposed to the really quite inadequate and damaging ones proposed. And you could get some community garden land that could serve as a wonderful hub, bringing old and new residents together to thrive. And I, for one, like myself and my partner, we would be quite happy to set up a not-for-profit to run the community garden and to conduct fundraisers at our house to ensure it's vibrant and properly supported. And so I'd really like to just conclude. I see I've got a minute left. I think this site can either be another poorly thought through, damaging infill development that displays very little imagination and is all about the quick dollar, or it can be a beacon for the city of the type of high quality, community integrated infill development that everyone can be proud of. And I think you're in the fortunate position, you have the right, and dare I say it, the duty, to demand the better solution. Because I genuinely believe this is not about some NIMBYism, we don't want development, etc. There is a housing crisis. We should all recognise that. We need more infill development. I guess all I'm suggesting is, with just a tiny bit more effort and thought and imagination, it could be a great infill development that integrates with the existing community rather than damaging it. And I think you have every right to reject the current proposal, that their acceptable solutions simply are not in many cases, and to demand a better solution that I think is readily available if everyone's prepared to work constructively together. Thank you so much for your time.
Mr. Buckridge, thank you very much. Now, are there any questions from the elected members? Councillor Kelly.
Through you, Chair, thank you for your presentation. Had you had much engagement with the developer to discuss your concerns about alternative options which would be more palatable to yourself?
We obviously bought our property and the block next to it from the developers, and we did have some discussions, and the community garden idea was floated, but it would be fair to say that we have a difference of opinion with the developers about representations they made to us prior to us purchasing about what their plans for the block were. That will be the subject of a different matter. But I genuinely believe that bygones can be bygones, and we would be happy to move forward if a sensible 19-dwelling, 53-bedroom, using the drainage easements as community garden, because you can't build structures on it. We think there's a great solution there to be had, but it just takes a willingness for everyone to demand a great solution instead of a pretty shoddy one.
Any other questions from the elected members? No. Thank you very much, Mr. Buckridge. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your time.
The next representative is Michael. Thank you very much. You again have 5 minutes, and when it's about 30 seconds left, I'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors, for this opportunity to speak. My name's Michael Ertel. I live at Lot 2, number 3, Giblin Street, Lena Valley, which adjoins the development proposal. I'm not going to reiterate what Duncan, I think, has put quite well, other than to say my main concern is the traffic issues that could arise out of this development. You have a proposal for 26 units, and there are 40 cars parking spaces. In the proposal itself, the proponents outline that a development of this size should have 61 parking units. So we've reduced it by a third, and there's a justification for the reduction of the number of car parking spaces because there's a housing shortage on. My argument, and building on what Duncan just said, is that standards are standards. If there has to be 61 parking spaces for a development of this size, then that's what it should be. There's also some interesting facts in the proposal in relation to the owners of the one-bedroom units will only have one car. Now, I think we all realise, and there's arguments either way, that Hobart is a car-dependent city and will remain so for a long time. I think to expect that the owners of the one-bedroom, the two-bedroom units will only have one vehicle is a bit fanciful. I think if there's 26 units there, you can expect at least 2 cars per unit, which is 52 cars, which is in excess of the car parking spaces available. Where are those vehicles going to park? They're going to park out in Giblin Street. Building on what I've just said, the fact that there's not going to be a public street into the development, but rather a driveway, will force all the extra cars, and there will be extra cars, back out onto the street to create congestion on Giblin Street. Giblin Street towards the top end near where the council used to have the quarry does narrow somewhat and is divided. I can see parking issues arising out of this. Now, long after the area's been developed and sold off, we will still be dealing, I think, with the problems that the parking and the traffic management of this proposal will generate. I've no more to say on that. I thank the council for their time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for representing. Now, any questions from the elected members? No questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. Greatly appreciated. Now we'll have the applicant, Matt Clark from MC Planners and Tim Penny from TP+A Architects. Thank you very much. Again, you have 5 minutes, and then I'll let you know when you have about 30 seconds to go.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to talk to this development. I'll be as brief as I can. I'll talk briefly about the architecture and the quality of the design. Matt My colleague will then talk to the particulars in relation to the planning matters, some of which you've heard from the previous representatives. 26 units on a consolidated urban infill, addressing the housing crisis and providing alternative housing models seems to me to be a pretty sensible and viable option. These are well-designed units, and because of the nature of the site, which has about 15 metres slope from the bottom of the site to the top of the site, and because of the sort of the west-northwesterly aspect, gives you the capacity for all those units to have great amenity. A great amenity in terms of sun, outlook, decks, garden. We consciously, just talking about what stepping can do, is that it also means that there's amenity into your outside spaces, and generally, well, what's before you complies. You've heard a little bit about how much it's a high-value site, and that is true. It's close proximity to both Hobart and the urban village of Lenna Valley. Public transport does exist. It does run from various times, and it does run through into the afternoons. There are schools, there are shops, there's amenities, so surely housing makes a logical choice. By the way, Knockloft is just a walk up the hill, and the council park is immediately above it, so all of which add value to existing infrastructure. Just a brief comment about the scale. We've consciously articulated the building forms so there's space between the various configurations and the footprints, so it's kept it as largely a suburban footprint, and you would have seen from the drawings before you that the housing planes, the roof planes, are articulated in that there's a range of various angles. The housing types for efficiency have been largely replicated, but each has been tweaked to suit the nature of the access and whether the living space is on the upstairs or the lower level, all of which have been thought through. And in terms of the architectural treatment of the building, it's a contemporary palette. I accept that. It's modern, it's seam clad at the upper level. It's got face brick, so it's a contemporary palette of materials that give the opportunity of living in a contemporary, low maintenance, good quality environment. You would have noticed the designs of the streets, or let's call them mews if you like, would have had septet designed into it such that there's public, semi-public space as you transition to your front door, so safety and quality of environment has been thought about from when you turn up in your car to when you get to the front door. So, Matt, would you like to briefly touch on some of the planning matters?
Yep. I'm going to jump straight to, given the brevity of time, I'm going to jump straight to the traffic and accessibility concerns that were raised by the residents, and we certainly heard the representations talking about that. So yes, certainly there's been a deliberate choice here to reduce the car parking numbers so that each dwelling only has one car park, but we're providing visitor parking, which is compliant with the acceptable solution under the scheme. The idea behind this is that we're trying to deliberately limit car use. So that is a deliberate choice. Yes, there are some limitations. There's a bus stop 400 metres away. There might be some limitations on that. It's an hourly service. But yes, there might be limitations, but there also is another service that's 700 metres away on Augusta Road, and that's got quite a frequent bus service, which is running a lot of the time. The traffic impact assessment, which was put in with the application, yes, they do surveys, but it's not just limited to a photograph on a particular time. They do surveys over quite extended periods, so that's really trying to get a gauge on the amount of on-street car parking that is available. But the aim is that the residents have less car use, and that's all been modelled under the traffic impact assessment. There's been quite a lot of work in terms of the layout of this site because there are some flood issues that need to be that are resolved through the engineering on the project. So there's been quite careful consideration, and there's a number of conditions in the permit about that. The other issue that was raised was the waste storage. Again, that's proposed to be on site. It'll be a private waste contractor that deals with that waste. There's some conditions under Condition 2, PLN2 permit, which talk about providing screening to those waste areas so that the amenity, both the visual and odour amenity on those is going to be better. With respect to, there was a couple of other issues on neighbourhood character. So these are quite low developments, only two and a bit stories. So they're in context with the residential development which is surrounding the site. Importantly, it's an internal site, so these units won't be that visible from Giblin Street. They were behind existing houses which front on Giblin Street, and the rear of the site is the Mount Stewart Park, as Tim mentioned. So from that side, it's quite contained within the urban environment. There are a couple of comments that were made by representatives around the access strip and so forth in the interpretation of density in the site. I won't go into that because I don't want to bore you with planning speak, but there is that's quite well addressed under the planning officer's report. And as Tim said, we all talk about urban infill development. This is urban infill development. Yes, unfortunately it doesn't always meet everybody's desires that are surrounding a nearby residence, but this is really what we're trying to achieve in good planning outcomes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Clark and Mr. Penny, for your deputation. Greatly appreciated. Now, any questions? Councillor Lulberger.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I have to face this way for the microphone. You just mentioned the Mount Stewart Park. Is there going to be a direct access from your block up to there, and will it be hardened or steps or?
There's a path shown with a gateway that was proposed to be a condition on the planning approval to be the satisfaction of Parks officers, but by and large it's a reasonably permeable fence to the park. We see it as a significant asset, you know. We know how places get loved if they get used.
Right, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Hovey.
Yeah, thanks, gents. Could you please describe to me the landscaping proposal you've got for the site? Will it be softened? Like when I looked at the plan and I saw the regimentation of it, you know, I did notice that, but I was also interested in how you would soften the development over time with, you know, a landscaping plan for the area. Is that part of the development? I would assume it is.
A specific landscaping plan was not submitted with the development, but the plans do show largely the private backyards, if you like, to be reasonably unencumbered with established planting, because obviously that's down to the purview of the occupant. Where there has been some terracing, there's been some hedging as shown, but importantly on the spaces from the mews, if you like, or the access roads between, so it largely goes combined carports with a screen wall, landscape spaces which also have some private storage areas, is showing established planting. Now, the intention of that is there's low shrubberies, it can be some perennials, maybe an established tree along each of them, because the long-term vision of that as a street is more a streetscape, if you like, in a semi-urban kind of environment, and your back door is your grass and your veggie patch.
And what's the size of those open spaces?
Oh, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but the areas are shown on the plans.
It's challenging to read a very small plan on your computer. I thought you might know it by heart.
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Any other questions? Councillor Passot.
Yeah, thank you. Like Councillor Lowberger, I'll need to face this way. Just with the access through to the park as the first point, I'm sure that many people are using this vacant block as it stands as a thoroughfare to get from Lena Valley up to the park and up to Knocklofty. Is it possible to have signage that welcomes through traffic through your new street, as you've put it, up to your access gates to allow the members of the public to come pass through the block and permeate your site?
May I just very briefly, we did have a little bit of initial discussion with council officers in the very early days when it was a slightly different scheme. That seemed to be quite difficult to be able to have an implied public access because there became issues in relation to who's using the path. If I might speak on behalf of the developer, he was quite open to the idea of being able to have it, given that it's a formed roadway and a formed footpath and it's safe and it's got safe transitions across each of the little mews, if you like. I think ultimately having a public access over private land is inherently difficult.
Right. Would the developer be amenable to having an advice clause that signage is displayed to encourage the site to be permeable?
There are another two access points to that park, one just below this property and one just above that are signed to be able to go up to there.
And the second element is, given the topography of the site and its location over, as we understand it, an old rivulet, has consideration been given there's fairly significant paving proposed to accommodate car movements? Has consideration been given to not using concrete and using more permeable surfaces? Plenty of new products out there that are permeable paving and permeable roadways to facilitate stormwater as we enter.
Yeah, okay, so there will be nothing that you could put there in a permeable surface that will address the floodwater issues that have been identified in the engineering reports. And all the engineering pushes us towards having conventional paved surfaces with stormwater caught in a conventional curb. There is stormwater detention, which is a step in that direction. Yeah.
I encourage you to have a look at some of the other alternative products that are a little bit better for our environment, given some of the comments we've had. But thank you.
Completely agree.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. I'll ask this through the Director, which may require Mr Penny or the designer to comment on it. There is no need typically for a development like this to have a landscape plan submitted with an application of this size?
Through you, Chair, no, it's not specifically called up by the scheme. It would potentially be, if elected members were concerned about the visual impact which arises and is assessed under 6.7, which is the building envelope, then it could potentially be imposed. But frankly, I think that's not an ideal situation. I think the landscaping that Mr Penny has referred to sounds like it's going to happen as a matter of fact anyway.
Could it be possible with the agreement of the applicant to submit a landscape plan to the approval of the planning officer? I've just seen too many developments that are just so much concrete and hard stand and just not enough softening. I just think it'd be a good way to formalise that. I don't know.
Given that's already sounds like it's intended, I don't think that will be controversial. So yes, I think that can be supported.
Make that a conditional
yes.
upon that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just noticed, I also noticed within the report that there was no relevant standard within this particular, or within the planning scheme that required an environmental impact proposal as part of this, because there's the biodiversity overlay doesn't apply to this particular development application, which I kind of find concerning. I do note that vegetation, the native vegetation aspect, hasn't been considered for over 20 years or something that the report said. But if you don't mind, I'd just like to ask through you, Chair, to the Director, is there any advice that we can put for that? Because I just find it rather concerning that we don't need to consider that, or is that just because of the nature of the land and it hasn't been done for a while?
Through you, Chair, the planning scheme is quite careful to delineate the circumstances in which an environmental impact statement is required and when it isn't required. They're quite an expensive process to go through. Given that advice clauses aren't binding, I do doubt that the developer would go ahead, but they've heard your concerns, I guess, and so they can certainly take that on board as they progress further.
Any other questions? I have one question. I refer you to clause E661, performance criteria, and C of that particular performance criteria states the availability and frequency of public transport within 400 meters walking distance of the site. My question is the availability, and is it within 400 meters, the bus stop? Do they have buses running in the weekends as well?
I can't answer with respect to the weekends, but certainly there is a bus stop within 400 metres of the site, yes.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Harvey.
Just one final question for me on the waste management you've got proposed for the site. Will that include a green waste service as well? I know you've said you're using contractors, so I assume you'll have a green waste contractor as well?
That's a good question.
Generally it does.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for your presentation. Greatly appreciate it. You can go back, and we will now open it for discussion and debate. Now, someone would like to ask questions of the officers before we... Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to ask the question that had been raised by Mr. Buckridge, and sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, but he would... his commentary was around the bus service, the parking, the availability of parking, the numbers and so forth. And I read in the report that the way that the officers have assessed it, it does comply with clause E6.6.1, but with regards to his comments that it didn't comply, I think it was, can we make that sort of a little bit more clearer with regards to the acceptable solution and the performance criteria and how it does actually... it is within that?
Through you, Chair. So the way parking works in this situation is that the development can either satisfy the acceptable solution, which has a quantified amount of parking, in this case it's 61 car parks, or alternatively it can satisfy the performance criteria, which has those A through to G factors which need to be taken into account. So it's not the case that necessarily any one of those particular subcategories need to be demonstrated. The development engineers take a holistic approach to all of those factors, and they will certainly have been swayed quite strongly by the fact that there are 26 units, 40 car parks, which is not the 61, which is the pathway for acceptable solution, but they've clearly accepted the traffic impact assessment, which focuses on the fact that most of those units for one car park would be sufficient. There is, I take on board the comments about public transport. I think they've also been mindful of the fact that Augusta Road, albeit not 400 metres away, is there for further transport needs, along with Uber and all of those sorts of arrangements.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, I just have two more questions, I think it is, if you just bear with me. And that access street issue as well, I read in the report there was two aspects, I think, about the proposed site, on the coverage of that 37.4%, and then the case law that sort of addressed that access strip issue, which Mr. Buckridge spoke about. Could you just give us some clarity on that issue?
Thank you. So through you, Chair, goodness. The scheme says that the access strip is not to be taken into account when calculating density. That is to avoid a situation where, for example, you have what we call a battle axe block, where you have one block in front with a long strip behind and then the main part of the block behind. If you include that access strip in the calculations, then it makes it seem like the density is higher than it should be. But so in this case, we have formed a view that analysis doesn't need to take place because the land is so broad at the point where the land meets the street, so broad that you can include, that's where one of the dwellings is located. So we haven't treated that as an access strip which needs to be taken out of those calculations.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. And then just with regards to the bin storage, there was an issue there that was an objection with regards to the bin storage, and it appears to be it's as a result of the construction of the driveway. And it's noted in the report that, yeah, that is of concern, but it can't be changed because of the construction of the driveway. Is there any way we can put an advice or condition something? I know they've got PLN too about the odour and the screening. Is that the extent?
Through you, Chair. The waste is not dealt with particularly well in the scheme, and the fact that this is to be, it's more relevant in a smaller development where individual units would need to have reasonably close access to their waste bins. Here there's going to be commercial collection, and I appreciate the comment was made about a change to the design. Elected members would know that we are here to consider the design that's been proposed. Yes, there are alternate designs that are available, but that's not what we're here to consider tonight.
Alderman Zuko.
I'd just like to ask a question about who's actually moved the item.
Oh, no, not yet. We're just asking questions. You need to ask questions for clarifications. Yeah. And then someone can move and we can debate that. Any other questions to the officers? Councillor Prasad.
Just on Councillor Harvey's point that it's not documented that green waste will be assured as part of this development, can we condition that, please?
Through you, Chair, I've just reviewed our waste condition and it doesn't specifically name up green waste or FOGO, but that could certainly be incorporated.
Okay, and someone would like to...
So moved.
Okay, the recommendation has been moved. Now, anyone wants to speak to that? Any discussion, any debate? Councillor Prasad.
Thank you. Look, just very briefly, I tend to agree with Mr Buckridge that this is not the world's best solution, and sometimes creative minds can come up with better solutions than what's proposed. But of course, as the Director's just outlined, we're here to assess this application, not an alternate one, and we're here to assess it under the scheme. I agree with Mr Buckridge that there are elements that could be better, and in particular, I'm not thrilled with performance criteria 10.4.6, which talks about privacy, but it does meet the performance criteria. It does meet the scheme as per the officer's recommendations, and my job tonight is to assess the application against the scheme. So I'm happy enough to support it. I think that the increase in housing stock is welcome, and I welcome the two conditions that have been put on, one triggered by Councillor Harvey's question, the other from Councillor Kelly, which are both sensible changes, I think. So hopefully the development goes ahead well, and hopefully people are encouraged to move through the site up to the park should they so wish.
Any other? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Look, any application in an area like this on such a large block of land is going to be problematic to make everyone happy, I guess. Just observing from a satellite viewpoint, if you look at the same amount of square meterage, 8,000 odd square metres, I note that the existing housing stock is probably about half of what's proposed to go on here. But at the end of the day, if that's what the planning scheme permits and is allowed, we as planning and the planning committee must accept that. I take Mr Buckridge's comment too about some of the design elements not being correct. I'd encourage him, and something we really can't condition, I guess, nor drill down too far on, to speak with the designers about that, and encourage all developers too to always speak to people during the application process, which to me is something that consistently fails. I'm not saying it's happened here. It is encouraging to see these amendments or suggestions be put in as conditions, particularly the tree one. It's great to be able to see trees put in there that are appropriate to the site. We have a diminishing urban tree canopy, and I'm a little bit surprised that we as a council don't have that as a condition to look at really, really tightly for such a major development as this. But in all, whilst it's not going to please everyone, I will support the officer's recommendation on this application. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, thank you.
Through you, Chair, to the officers. With regard to parking spaces, have been designed to comply with the standard as user class 1A, suitable for residential and domestic uses. I note that the parking spaces will be side by side for each unit, and I'm just inquiring with regard to what class 1A means. Is that a standard vehicle, or does that also accommodate the larger vehicles that we're seeing dominate our streets at the moment? And as I think I've mentioned before, that 55% of new car purchases are larger SUVs, and we'll be needing to change the standards of parking at some point to accommodate large vehicles. So does this future-proof these parking spaces with regard to larger vehicles? What standard or what class is 1A?
Through you, Chair, the extent of my understanding is this is a residential use class. It wouldn't be, for example, there are different dimensions for disabled parking spots in a commercial context. So I don't know the specifics of the standards around that. I apologise. I anticipate there would be some allowance for the larger vehicles. I know that the development engineers talk about B85 vehicles, which is 85% of vehicles would fit into that category, and B99. I can't imagine that sort of car parking regulation would only cater for the B85. I imagine it's up to the B99s.
Yeah, it's just something that I think we'll be hearing more about. How do we, the requirement to increase parking spaces to accommodate larger vehicles. Yep.
Deputy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, look, I would just want to, I suppose, reiterate some of the comments that have been made by Councillor Posselt and Councillor Kelly, and some of the inclusions that have been suggested as well. I do also agree with Mr Buckridge that something could have been done better in some places, but again, that's a design issue, as you've already noted. And so we have to take this application on its merits, and of course we are entitled to exercise certain discretions when they fall within that performance criteria. But looking at it holistically, when we look at things like the internal layout, which is really sufficient to accommodate two-way traffic, when we look at the site in terms of reasonable access for commercial activity, the number of on-site parking, the internal driveway, there's also, from my recollection, open spaces for each of the units or accommodation, and when we look at the proposed parking from the council's development engineer and the transport traffic engineer as well, sees that those what is being provided here is acceptable, and also I do want to commend the officers as well for addressing some of that flood risk concerns as well, because I think that in that area is of concern as well. So overall, from the council officers, the council's development engineer, and also their technical officer, environment officer, I think this is a great proposal for the way that it stands at the moment, and on its merits. I think that there's little room for me to exercise any discretions to oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I just want to make some comments before I put the item for vote. I refer to clause E661, and as we know, we first look at this application under the acceptable solution, and which is a objective test. And under that particular acceptable solution, it requires 61 car parking spaces, but it's not there, it's only 40. And then we take this application under the performance criteria, and under performance criteria, E661 is very clear. It says the number of on-site car parking spaces must be sufficient. Now, the word must is mandatory, and I think that's where I have difficulty with supporting this. And let me read what it says. The availability and frequency of public transport within 400 working distance of the site. Now, it is not within 400. It is more than 400. The availability is not there, I understand, during the weekend and only in the afternoons. The other point that I refer to in 6.13.5 on page 706 is that most of the two-bedroom units will be provided with one dedicated parking space. Many occupants of two-bedroom units generally operate a single vehicle and the units will be advertised. That's fine. But there is no evidence that's given to me that that's what happens. If there was evidence provided, I would say yes. So on those two bases and a number of other points raised by Duncan Buckridge, I won't be in a position to support that. I'll put that motion now as the recommendation. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Those in favour, please.
Alderman Zukane, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey and Deputy Lord Mayor. And the next is Councillor Dutton.
Thank you. The recommendation has been carried. Thank you very much, everybody. Now we'll move on to the next item, 7.1.1. Okay, the first representative we have on our list is Nick Swear, Tasmanian National Parks Association. Thank you very much, Nick. Is Nick here? Please come in the front. When it's about 30 seconds left, I'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mike and councillors. I'm here. My name is Nicholas Sawyer. I'm here as President of the Tasmanian National Parks Association, which is a non-government organisation staffed entirely by volunteers, and our main concern is the maintenance of the integrity of our national parks and other reserves such as Wellington Park. I'm retired these days, but my last role in the workforce was with the Tasmanian Environment Protection Authority. I spent 10 years working on the assessment of major projects, and prior to that I spent 7 years with Parks and Wildlife Service as part of the team that developed the 1999 management plan for the World Heritage Area. And my master's degree was in recreational management of the World Heritage Area. TNPA has a range of concerns with this proposal, which are detailed in our representation. I'll speak mainly about non-compliance with the Wellington Park Management Plan, but draw your attention to all our other concerns, some of which have got significant practical and financial implications for Council. In my career, I have dealt professionally with a number of development applications and associated environmental assessments, and I've honestly never seen a development application which so totally ignores the main concerns about the proposal as this one does. The main concerns being the range of impacts on the experiences of other recreational users of Wellington Park, most of whom will be seeking a peaceful experience of nature, such as is usually associated with a visit to a national park. The development application doesn't even contain a map to show where the zip line crosses the major walking tracks. We needed to generate our own. I suggest that the proposal is clearly contrary to the spirit of the management plan, which I've put up on the relevant clause on the screen there. One of the management objectives is to promote high quality tourism and recreational facilities, and my emphasis consistent with the appreciation and enjoyment of the environmental and cultural values of the park. And we submit that a noisy and very visible zip line is clearly non-compliant with that. It's not only non-compliant with that, it is also non-compliant with some of the very specific requirements of the plan, which I'll get to shortly. And I would add that with my background in both the EPA and Parks Service, I'm very aware of the differences between a planning scheme and a National Park Management Plan. Planning scheme is a very prescriptive document for the sole purpose of development control. park management plan tries to be a holistic document which includes information on the values of the park and sets out a vision for the future of the park. Only a few sections of a management plan are explicit requirements relating to development control, but the balance of the document provides the essential context for those explicit requirements. In other words, those explicit requirements are not intended to be interpreted in isolation, but in the context of the rest of the plan, whereas the approach taken in most of the planning assessment report for this proposal is very much to take them in isolation. In planning language, this proposal is discretionary. On most of our key concerns, the proposal is non-compliant with the standard, that is the acceptable solution. And that's not just my opinion. See Section 8 of the Planning Assessment Report. Compliance is almost totally reliant on a creative interpretation of the performance criteria for all the major concerns. This is a straight quote out of the Planning Assessment Report to the effect that when the proposal relies on performance criteria, the Council has the opportunity to approve or refuse the proposal on that basis. I'd also mention one specific example where the proposal seems to be unambiguously non-compliant with the Wellington Park Management Plan. This zipline proposal is a tourist operation, not, I suggest, a transport solution. It's an entertainment for the public, not transport. Now, some types of tourism operations may be permitted in the Springs specific area, but most of the zip line itself and the whole of the base station are outside the Springs specific area. They're within the recreation zone defined in the Wellington Park Management Plan, and tourist operations are specifically prohibited in the Wellington Park, in the recreation zone. That's Table 3 of the Management Plan. Come on, you move it along, Jason. Hence, my conclusions, the proposal doesn't comply with the spirit of the management plan.
Sorry, since we can't see the screen,
Can the screen the screen should move.
Can we move the screen a bit?
Concluding comments anyway. It doesn't comply with the spirit of the management plan. It doesn't comply with at least one specific requirement of the management plan.
Okay, thank you.
And it is extremely dependent on creative interpretation of the performance criteria. So I submit that it should be rejected. Thank you.
Mr. Sawyer, thank you very much for your representation. Greatly appreciate it. Now, any questions? Councillor Lohberger.
A quick one, Chair. Sorry, I have to ask the microphone, I'm afraid. This particular zip line proposal, obviously you can put these things in lots of places. Does the National Park Association have an objection to the zip line itself or the location that's been chosen for it?
We see the zip line as just fundamentally incompatible with other uses of the park. And it runs over the top of the road and particularly over the top of several quite well-used walking tracks. I'd be struggling to find a suitable location for it within the eastern face of Kanani where it didn't have obvious impacts on existing recreational users. As far as I'm aware, most zip lines around the country, around the planet, are not located in places where they run right over the top of existing recreational users who will be rather miffed, to put it mildly, by potentially noisy zipline riders whizzing right over their heads.
Any other question? Anyone else? No. Thank you very much, Mr. Sawyer, for your presentation. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. second representative is Mr. Ben Jones, Respect the Mountain. Thanks, Ben. You have 5 minutes, and then if there are any questions, you can respond to those questions, and I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Ben Jones. I speak on behalf of Respect the Mountain, a community of more than 9,000 people concerned with protecting natural, cultural, historical and Aboriginal values of Kununyi Mount Wellington. In the time available, I'm going to address two issues with the Planning Assessment Report. The first, the Springs visual impact. The report states multiple times the Springs site is listed as having moderate visual sensitivity. This is incorrect. The Springs site falls in an area of high visual management sensitivity as shown clearly in Map 4 of the Wellington Park Management Plan. Section 8.5.1 of the plan stipulates the proposals are to be assessed according to any requirements endorsed by the Planning Authority and the Trust. The Orbit Solutions Visual Impact Report supporting the application does not reference or follow scenic values methodology issued by the Tasmanian Planning Commission in 2017. Additionally, the visual impact assessment does not reference reports listed in Appendix 1 of the plan. I'll now direct you to the cloud model on the screen. This point cloud model taken from the planning application shows how the proposed launch tower would intrude into the view of the organ pipes from the existing gravel car park. While you consider this image of what may become known as the big screw, I'd like to quote from the Conservation Management Plan for the former Exhibition Gardens, a report prepared for the Hobart City Council and listed as a policy document in the Wellington Park Management Plan. The gardens contain culturally significant views into and out of its borders. These contribute to its powerful sense of isolation and separateness, while anchoring it firmly as part of the wilderness experience of Mount Wellington. These must be maintained by not allowing buildings or structures to overlook or be visible from the gardens. Authors of the Planning Assessment Report consider that the proposed launch tower would have limited visual impact on the surrounding area and that the Springs site is an area of moderate visual sensitivity. I submit that the latter is incorrect and the former is a subjective judgment that contradicts the Conservation Management Plan. My second point, the Springs launch tower height and also use. The acceptable maximum building height is 3.5 metres and any building is not to be more than 1 storey. The proposed launch tower is approximately 25 metres, 7 times the acceptable maximum building height. Section 8.5.8 of the plan for the Springs Pacific area is clear that use and development must be guided by the Springs initial conservation policy. Figure 4 of the Springs Conservation Policy document shows the proposed launch tower is in the Lower Springs 20th Century Use Zone. Objectives and policies for this management zone are outlined in Table 2, which states, number 5, sorry, it's a bit hard to read up on the screen there. All use, including new use in this zone, is to be sympathetic to and in keeping with the historical use and other cultural significance of this zone. New uses unrelated to historical use of the Springs should not be permitted. The proposed steel launch tower, which Orbit Solutions states look like a spring or a big screw, is not small in scale, it is not simple and plain, and it is not in keeping with the historical use and cultural significance of this zone. The Planning Assessment Report has clearly not been guided by the Springs Conservation Policy as it must, according to the Wellington Park Management Plan. Assessment requirements of Wellington Park Management Plan 8.5.1 and 8.5.8 have not been met. The proposed launch tower does not comply. Finally, I'll leave you with two views of the organ pipes from the Springs. The first, published in 1878, is an iconic image that shows a view that we essentially still experience today, 150 years later. The second, the vision of this development application. How you choose to vote today has the potential to fundamentally change the integrity of Wellington Park and how both the mountain and the city of Hobart will be viewed for the next 150 years. Thank you.
Mr. Jones, thank you very much for your deputation. Appreciate it. Any questions? Councillor Kistos.
Thank you, Ben. That was very informative. I understand that you're here representing the Respect the Mountain group. I was just wondering whether Respect the Mountain had any comments in relation to the effect that this proposal might have on our endangered species like the swift parrot and the other flora and fauna in the area.
Like in the time available, I've only had been able to address 2 points, but people in the community have raised multiple concerns with the proposal and the planning assessment report. And these include the use classification, which Nick has mentioned, noise emissions, which upcoming speakers are going to address, vegetation clearing, impact on fauna, especially birds, from both collision risk and noise, and also the impact on a significant spiritual Aboriginal cultural landscape. The main issue, one of the biggest issues with the proposal is noise, which we consider has been, the impact of which has been underestimated by the proposal, and not only the impact of noise on users' ability to enjoy the park, but specifically on fragmenting habitat of along the line of the zip line. And the development, the planning assessment report sort of writes off that impact because the noise impact study in the development application considers that area is quite limited. We believe that the area that will be affected by noise will be much larger than that report shows. Thanks.
Any other questions? No. Councillor Passort.
Thanks for your deputation. It's very well read. Ben, I was just wondering if Respect the Mountain and yourself, when you were mentioning the breakup of habitat, just you're aware that the zip line is positioned well above the canopy for the majority of the run.
Yep, we understand that.
That's your understanding? Excellent. Yep. Thank you very much.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I was just wondering on the issues of noise and factoring the wildlife, if you have the same concerns about the mountain bike tracks all over the mountain?
People in the community have mixed concerns about mountain bikes. But I understand one of the following speakers is going to address that issue, and the actual planning assessment report equates noise from mountain bikes with that of the zip line, and following deputations are going to show that that's not the case.
What about on that factoring of the wildlife point? How do you think, do you find that issue exists with the mountain bikes as well, with the tracks that run through the setting?
The issue with the zip line is twofold. It's like there's a permanent infrastructure in place, the cables, which are a hazard for birds, bird collisions, and that's quite well understood that cables are a hazard for bird collisions. And then the second is the noise when it's operating.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Mr. Jones, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. The next representative is Andy Page, sound engineer. So we have that online, is it? So Andy is going to be online. Andy, you have 5 minutes, and when it's about 30 seconds left, we'll let you know.
Andy, you have 5 minutes, and when it's about 30 seconds left, we'll let you know. Okay, can you hear me?
All right, okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear in the back?
Great.
Thank you.
Is it possible to turn it up?
Sorry, what was that? I can't hear you very well.
Is that better?
Can you hear me?
The
We're not hearing it through the back, but so if it's possible to turn it up, that would be great.
Can you ask Ray?
Excuse me.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm advised that you can't do anything else.
Okay.
That's the best. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name's Andy Page. I'm a music producer, sound designer and audio engineer. Next slide, please. So volume is described in decibels on a logarithmic scale. So to describe the quietest sound and the loudest possible sound on a linear scale, the numbers would be unmanageably huge. Say you had a sound at 50 decibels, the 10 dB increase would be 10 times more intense and perceived as twice as loud. A 20 dB increase would be 100 times more intense and perceived as 4 times as loud. A 30 dB increase 1,000 times more intense and perceived as 8 times as loud, and so on. Noises at 100 dB include riding a motorbike or being next to a jackhammer. I've got an audio file to be played. This is a recording of a zip line at 3 volume levels, each getting louder by 10 dB. Okay, right, so next slide, please. Okay, so there are several types of noise measurements. Decibel LAEQ is equivalent noise over time, and it's an average figure that's measured over a time period. Decibels in LA max describes the volume of peak noise events, and is a much more accurate way of describing the volume of a specific noise event. The Wellington Park Management Plan states a 50 dB limit, but it isn't clear if it's a 50 dB LAEQ or 50 dB LA max value. The cable car noise assessment assumed that this meant not breaching either 50 dB LAEQ or LA max. And other zipline noise impact assessments from elsewhere include LA max data. And the NBC noise report in the DA features heavy reliance on LAEQ, which obscures the impact of loud intermittent noises. Next slide, please. The noise assessment makes several incorrect assumptions. The noise assessment is for a single zip line, while the proposal is for 2 parallel zip lines. This will effectively double the volume of the noise. The 2 concurrent sounds could potentially interact and make sound more annoying. The braking system is modelled as a fixed point source in the DA, and this doesn't reflect the reality of the braking process, which starts along the line before the zip line reaches the end tower. The recording I played earlier is from next to a zipline tower, and in that example, the zipline noise is being transmitted along the cable and into the tower, and the tower is acting as a carrier and amplifier of the noise. The mountain has its own reverb qualities, the echo effect of sound reflecting off the surfaces and spreading outwards. The reverb effect would lengthen the perceived length of each noise event. And the proposed zipline would be steeper and faster than the one that was used in the modelling, potentially making it louder, high-pitched, and increase the likelihood of users screaming. Next slide, please. So this is a noise contour map that's different to the one that's in the DA, and this shows how much sound attenuates over distance. So the NBC noise report says that the zipline itself, and including the rider, outputs 90 to 95 decibels, and the braking is 97 dB, which is really loud. The purple area shows the area where 50 dB would be exceeded if the zipline produces 90 dB and the braking outputs 97, and that'd be 100 metres either side of the line and 224 metres in the landing zone. The red area shows the area exceeding 50 dB, the zipline is outputting 95 dB, that's 178 metres either side, and in orange, if the zipline outputs 100 dB, the sound would be exceeding 50 dB, 316 metres either side of the line. And with two faster and steep parallel zip lines, it's possible LA max decibel levels could reach or exceed 100 dB. And the NBC noise report says the noise level in the landing zone to 59 dB, and I think this is just misleading. Next slide, please. The developers claim that their magnetic pulleys are low noise, but I don't think this is accurate. There are two components to the sound, to the noise of the zip line. There's the broadband unpitched noise, which is kind of the scrapey shh sound, and there's the pitch component, which we heard before, which sounds like a siren. But when the developers say magnetic pulleys are low noise, from my research I found that the magnetic pulleys produce less of the unpitched broadband noise, but the pitched siren type of noise is just as prominent as other pulley systems. In other DAs, pitched noise is described to be more annoying. And the pitched noise is more likely to be carried over the mountain by the natural reverb quality. There isn't any evidence of quiet braking systems. Given that the proposed zip line is for two lines and is faster and steeper than the zip line modelled at Hollybank, the noise is very likely to exceed the modelled levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Page. Now, any questions from the elected members? Councillor Passault.
Thank you. Thank you for your expert deputation, Mr. Page. I just wanted to query. To my knowledge, I was just trying to find the report while you were speaking, but I can't find it. But to my knowledge, the loudest component of the zip line in the report that we have is the brake, which is about 69 decibels at the landing site. Just to confirm, is that's correct from our report? Yep. But your assessment, you spoke when you put the sound dispersion diagram up, that you were using an assumption of 90 decibels, which is obviously 97, which is obviously 30 more on a logarithmic scale. That's even more than the assumptions that have been used in our report. Can you just clearly state why you think that there's a 30 decibel discrepancy?
I mentioned that 69 dB figure would be the LAEQ figure, which is averaged over time. So, and it doesn't specify, it's an average figure, whereas the 97 dB, the report does say that the sound output power level of the braking system is 97 dB, and it's likely to be 100 dB if there's two brakes going on at one time. So yeah, I'd say that 69 dB figure is an LAEQ value, which is measured over time, and without knowing what time period that's being measured over, it's impossible to tell in real world terms how loud it's actually going to be at the time of the braking event.
Right. So just a supplementary question to that, and then one further question for you. The brake should only be applied for a very short period, I would imagine. So how does that affect LAEQ versus LA max if the brake is only deployed for a couple of seconds to slow the rider down?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question quite properly.
Sorry. So the brake will only be deployed, I assume, and I'll ask the developer the question later on, but the brake would only be deployed for a short period as opposed to, a sound that's being used for an hour. So how does that affect, in your expert opinion, the difference between the LA max and the LA equivalent, or the EQ, sorry?
Well, the LA max, I think, is a much more indicative and accurate figure of how loud it's going to be during the actual braking event. So every time the zip line happens, every time the braking happens, in terms of a real world figure, if you were to measure with a dB meter how loud it was at that moment, it would be 97 to 100 decibels, whereas the LA equivalent is kind of massaged out and spread out over time.
Right. And the other question, in your expert opinion, I was wondering if you can inform the committee what happens when two different decibel levels are reached at the same time. So we have a report here that talks to, as I recall, 60 decibels for users potentially screaming on the way down. What is the impact of having two riders screaming at 60 decibels? Is it still 60 decibels, or does it go?
No, it would it would effectively double the noise values, but because of the logarithmic scale, doubling of the noise is a 3 decibel increase if you're in scientific terms, but in real world terms, 2 people screaming at the same time and at the same volume level means double the effective perceived noise.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Thank you for your deputation again.
Thank you. Deputy.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I thank you very much for your comments. I just wanted to focus on your 2 first points around the incorrect assumptions of sound modelling that you provided there for us, a copy of it in paper. So essentially what you're saying is because the noise assessment that we presently have on which to assess this particular application on the merits as it stands,
yes.
The noise assessment that we have at the moment is incorrect in that it only assesses a single zip line. And it's incorrect because the proposal actually has 2 parallel zip lines. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And subsequently sort of invalidating that noise assessment according to your expertise. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And then just further on from what Councillor Posselt was saying, just with regards to the braking system, which is also there in your dot point number 2. So the noise modelling or the sound modelling is actually modelled as a fixed point from the source?
Yeah,
is that right?
well, it's unclear, but it says in the report that it's modelled as a fixed point source, as if the noise was only coming from one single point. So their noise contour map, I think, is invalid for that reason alone. When in reality the brakes are actually moving along the cable, the braking event starts, and that 97 dB, or however loud it is actually going to be producing that sound along the length of the cable, and not just from that specific point in the landing zone, as the proposal says it will be.
So then just flowing on from what Councillor Posselt was saying, just the braking will happen as they land or at a certain point only. Your
at some point.
Your opinion is the braking process actually starts from the moment it's released and it's going, that cable that could you just explain that to me?
Well, I think the zip line will take off, it travels down the length of the cable, and at some point, like, I don't know, maybe 3/4 along the way, the brake will, I don't know, at some point the brakes will kick in, the brakes will start. So there'll be a certain length of the zip line where the brakes will be happening. So it's not a fixed point moving source. I don't know where the braking point starts, at what point, whether it's for 10 seconds or 5 seconds or 15 seconds. I imagine because it's estimated to be 100 kilometres an hour, that it will have to start sooner than other zip lines because it's got to slow down from a faster speed.
I'm going to now move on to Councillor Harvey, if you don't mind, Deputy. Thank you.
So, Mr. Page, if you were on one of the walking tracks below the zip line, how would you experience the noise? Would it be a noise coming and then a louder noise and then a dissipating noise? What would you feel if you were underneath the zip line?
I think exactly what you just said. I imagine, like, there's a number of tracks that the line crosses over. I mean, I'm a walker and a biker, and I've been up on the Organ Pipes track, and I can hear a chainsaw in the lower suburbs of the mountain, and a chainsaw puts out 105 to 100 decibels. So I imagine if the zip line itself is putting out 90 to 95 dB, I reckon at most points along the walking tracks you'd be able to hear it for the entirety, and as you said, you would hear it start, it would get louder as it crosses over you, and then it would dissipate in volume as it moves away from you. I don't know, I think you would hear a lot of it.
And you'd basically hear the noise from start to finish of the 1.2 kilometres?
Potentially, yeah. And I think it's going to well exceed the 50 dB limit pretty much along the entire length of the line. And as the noise contour map that we've provided shows that even at conservative estimates, the noise is going to spread out 100 metres either side of the line. It's going to exceed 50 decibels for 100 metres either side of the zip line.
Alderman Bloomfield.
I'm very interested in the fact that there's been this great assumption that there'll be 2 riders travelling at the same time, because it's very possible that these people have planned to have one rider at a time, and the other line would be the equipment coming back up. So my question is, the sound of equipment that's unloaded coming back up the hill to go and take the next rider down, because you can imagine they'd probably just seesaw 1, 2, 1, 2. That wouldn't be nearly as loud, would it?
I doubt it, no. I don't know if that's the case though. I don't know if the plan, I think the plan, I was told that the plan was for 2 simultaneous riders, but you could be correct. And if that were the case, then it wouldn't be as loud as two riders riding at the same time.
Okay, the other question I had is, firstly, we weren't able to hear your sound files, so can you give me an example in layman's terms? What is 50 decibels? As in, is that the sound of a person speaking? What is the normal average Joe 50 decibels normally?
60 decibels is about the average level of a conversation.
What's 50 then?
50 is a little bit quieter than that.
Is it a whisper?
A whisper at close proximity, perhaps. Maybe a little bit, maybe, I'm not sure exactly, but I know, yeah, the normal conversation would be about 60 decibels.
Okay, so...
I'll move on. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question to Mr Page. Would you know how many decibels a car driving up in gear, how many decibels that would be equivalent to, going up a road? Being in the same proximities we're talking about, just approximately?
It could be in the 60 to 70 region, perhaps, but again, it's dependent on proximity to the noise source, because the sound dissipates over time. But if you're really close to the noise, it depends on the type of car. There's lots of different factors, but I would say an average of 70 dB, perhaps.
And buses and trucks would be louder than that?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kitsos.
Yeah, look, my question's around frequency, which I don't think we've discussed this afternoon. I imagine that the frequencies of the different sounds that are being described around the table are obviously quite different. You know, a car to a chainsaw to a zip line. Has there been any modelling around what kind of pitch you would hear the zip line at? So not just the volume, but is it a high-pitched noise?
Yeah, I think, and that's the thing, when developers claim it's low noise, the pitched component will be a much more perceivable and annoying sound. I don't know if it's possible to play the audio example again, because it's only 15 seconds long, but that does give you an idea of
You'll have your 10, Chloe.
The quality of the sound.
I'll put that to the chair.
Okay, thank you. Have you got that here already? Let me check, excuse me.
We're just checking the technology.
Now, unfortunately, we can't control it from here, which is unfortunate. Chloe, you'll have your 10.
I have it on my laptop. I'm happy to bring it up. I mean, it would be quieter than it would be there.
All right, okay.
I can. So this is the one. This is a recording of three recordings of the zip line. Each time it rises by 10 decibels, so you can see what the difference of 10 decibels is. So it's going to obviously be a lot quieter than you hear in other things.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Now, any other questions?
Yes, I just have a question there. That recording there, was it your recording done in a closed environment or an open environment?
No, it's not my recording. That's
okay, it's all right. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Page, for your presentation. Appreciate it. We will move on now to the next representative, Chloe Lucas. Thank you, Chloe. Again, come up the front, please. Use the mic for recording. It is only, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully my sounds will work. PowerPoint.
Thanks.
Get Mike out of my head.
Thanks, Jason.
Technology has its own problems.
Thank you. I am Dr. Chloe Lucas-Rumsby. I'm a senior lecturer in the School of Geography, Planning and Spatial Sciences at UTAS, where I teach into the Masters of Planning course. And I'm also a mountain resident and have been so for 18 years. The Wellington Park Management Plan is very clear on the importance of preserving the quiet enjoyment of the park. The performance criterion for noise requires prevention of any loss of acoustic amenity, as it says there. So the advice that the planners have given is based on the noise assessment which was conducted in 2023. And the plan's advice makes two subjective judgments. At the Springs, they offer the opinion that based on the NVC modelling, impacts on acoustic amenity are unlikely. The trouble is, as we've heard, the noise assessment is not credible. First, the report modelled one rider on a single cable, not two riders on dual cables, and that is the proposal, two riders going down together. This alone doubles the noise output and renders the assessment invalid. Second, it's not comparing like with like. So the report based its predicted noise levels on noise measured on a smaller scale, much slower and more sedate zip line. That's the Hollybank one in Launceston. So this would be both a different pitch, different frequency, and it would evoke a different customer reaction to the adrenaline-filled 100-kilometre-an-hour ride, which has been talked about by the proponent for the Cananu site, which would no doubt make people scream a lot more. Measurements that were taken at Hollybank avoided the start of the steepest section of that of the longest run, which would probably be the place where people would scream the most. The report also provides very limited information on the methodology or measurement that is undertaken, and it fails to support the claim that they are modelling a worst-case scenario. And finally, it just doesn't stand up to the pub test. As you probably know, ziplines are famously noisy and scream-inducing, and they cause noise disputes all over the world. So I have a sound on here. Let's play it. I'll try and play it on here, maybe, although it'll take my time. Bear with me, I would like to play this sound. I'll stop that one. I'll let it speak for itself. How loud is it actually likely to be? Well, we've looked at other noise assessments for similar projects that base their modelling on zipline noise measurements of 100 dBA along the wires and about 72 dBA at ground level. So that's from two noise assessments cited there. Also, North Barker note in their response to planners in this application that other zipline landing areas have been measured at 67.5 dBA at 10 metres distance. And I'd like to point out that even if we did accept the NVC assessment that the loudest noise would be 59 dBA at the 70 metres around the landing area, as Andy has said, it's important to understand that this is actually 10 times the 50 dBA limit for the park. I'm not going to speak to this map in detail because I think Andy has, and it's written there. But what I would like to show you is all of the different places that this zip line affects. So it passes within close proximity to Exhibition Gardens, Rocky Whelan's Cave, O'Grady's Falls, Bettsvale, the Octopus Tree, and Strickland Falls. And these are places that many of us love and go to for peace and tranquility. Many, many people. It crosses 7 walking tracks, as well as the road. If the proposal goes ahead, these places will be impacted by zipliners every 5 minutes, 7 days a week, meaning there is no time that anyone can visit these sites in the day without being impacted by zipline noise. In the recreation zone, planners argue that despite recognising there will be a loss of acoustic amenity, a relaxed interpretation should be applied because, as one of the councillors noted, maybe mountain bikes might generate over 50 dBA. In fact, mountain bike trails and zip lines are not at all the same thing. So mountain bikes typically produce peak and average noise levels much, much lower, with the possible exception of the area where you might have a jumps landing. Mountain bike trails are also not generally used with the same frequency as commercial zip lines. A relaxed interpretation, as the planners seek, is based on 3 flawed premises. Actual noise levels, the first one, are likely to be much higher and not lower than estimated in the report, because there will be 2 riders, not 1, and it'll be a steeper, faster and less sedate ride. These will be every 5 minutes, all day, 7 days a week, which is a very significant cumulative impact. And high noise levels would affect a wide area according to the sound modelling we've done. Finally, condition EDP4 is very weak. There are no potential reasonably practicable measures to reduce braking noise which have been identified, and I can see no evidence that any exist. That's it from me. Thanks.
Chloe Lucas, thank you so much for your presentation. Appreciate it. Now, any questions?
Yeah,
Councillor Alderman Zuko.
You just played some sound recording of a person really having a great time on a zip line, which is amazing. Was that recorded by the person who was on the zip line going down the zip line?
It was indeed. It was really just to give you a feel. Yeah.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Any other questions? No questions. Thank you very much. You can go back to your seat. Much appreciated. We will now move on to the next representative. Bernard Lloyd, author, is addressing the historical cultural heritage. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, your time starts now.
My name is Bernard Lloyd. I'm an author. I appear as an individual, but I have taken advice from a heritage planner, Danielle Gray, to make this presentation. I'm going to talk only about cultural heritage. I'm going to talk only about Sarah Waite's report, which is the last report, page 664 to 670. I am not going to talk about the development application itself or what it contains. I'm going to talk about what it does not contain. I will start, and by the way, Sarah Waite's report, what a good report. I do believe that everyone in this room should give it a second reading. I will start in the middle of it, page 668, where she shines a light on the planning scheme. And she says, this is in black and white, this is quoting from the management plan itself, and it says, in addition to this management plan, which we're all familiar with, the Wellington Park Management Plan, proposals will be assessed according to any detailed requirements endorsed by the Trust. And what are they? Well, here is a list of these endorsed requirements by the Trust. And she, particularly in terms of heritage, speaks of 3, and here they are. The Conservation Management Plan for the former exhibition gardens. The Springs Initial Conservation Policy, 250 pages. Focus on the Fringe, Volume 1, Wellington Park Historic Heritage Inventory and Audit. And Volume 2. These documents, endorsed by the Trust, are part of the Wellington Park Management Plan. And any proposal must be assessed against the specific requirements of the entire plan. Now, in Sarah Waite's, and this is just heritage, there are other reports. You want to talk about visual impact? Perhaps you should look at the landscape and visual character and quality assessment Is this an aerial ropeway? Perhaps we should look at the sustainable transport systems. And there are other reports which have been prepared by the Trust in the intervening years between the publication of the plan and today. For example, historic heritage significance of the Mount Wellington track network. Historic heritage significance of the Mount Wellington huts. And that's not all of them. Now, Sarah then looks to the heritage impacts of this proposal. And what does she find? She can't make a report because the proposal, the development application, contains nothing on heritage. And yet, you'll see in her report, it is required. So what does she do? She's in a situation where it has to be done, but it's not done. So she conditions it. She says, I'll make it a condition that you have to prepare this report. Well, the first question I ask is this: can you condition a requirement? The second point I wish to make is this. When we look at all this pile of documents which constitutes the management plan for the mountain, and we now have to go to the code, don't we? We go to, and it's in her report on page 667, cultural heritage values. Historic cultural heritage. The proposal does not involve a place listed on the Tasmanian Heritage Register, blah, 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 or listed in a heritage code of a planning scheme. And this is one of the few acceptable solutions that this proposal achieves. But wait a moment. Here's my second question. This is the planning scheme, and all this pile here is the heritage code. The mountains planning scheme does have a heritage code. Here it is. And therefore, this acceptable solution is not satisfied. This proposal will be required to undertake the performance criteria. And in comes the Borough Charter. In comes Heritage Tasmania. This is what has to happen in my submission. But a bigger problem, a bigger issue, a bigger question for you to consider. This appendix and these endorsed documents by the Trust, where are they referenced? Where are they cited in this development application? I've searched, I've looked, they're not even cited. They're not discussed. And so the very problem that Sarah has in coming to an assessment of this proposal in terms of heritage, I say is going to be multiplied through the whole application. It is a black box. The proponent is asking you to approve, to vote for approval of a scheme where great chunks of it are missing.
Mr. Lou, you have 30 seconds left.
I have one thing to say. I think that the position that this planning committee is in is as if you booked an Airbnb, you looked it online, it's in Battery Point, it's got a fireplace, it's got a view of the water, it's got brass beds, it's got a claw-footed baths. Then you get there. You turn on the lights, no power. You turn on the taps, no water. You go to bed, no sheets. This Airbnb is not satisfactory, is it? And that's the situation you have with this planning application. It should be sent back from whence it came. They should address all the criteria that they're required to address. Come back with that. Have another look.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Thank you for your presentation. Any questions? No. Councillor Elliott.
Do you think there's any chance, or what adjustments would you like to see that could make this a 5-star Airbnb?
Well, the first one that Sarah says, we need to supply a heritage impact assessment. That's the first thing. But what I say is this reverberates through all. To make it a 5-star Airbnb experience, the proponent will need to be assessed according to any detailed requirements endorsed by the Trust.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the elected members? No? Thank you very much, Mr. Lloyd, for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair. I will leave these here. If the proponent would wish to address anything, demonstrate how it does.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we have the next speaker, representative is David Day, South Hobart Progress Association. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Aldermen and Councillors. I make this deputation on behalf of the South Hobart Progress Association and in pursuit of the objectives of the association that we've been pursuing for over 100 years to maintain the amenity of the neighbourhood of South Hobart as well as some of the broader issues that face the City of Hobart. I just did a quick count in this document that I've given you. There are eight areas that are either not ignored by this application or where this application is non-compliant with the regulations. I also have listed 6 of the conditions that have been proposed where that conditioning is inadequate. Obviously, in 5 minutes, I'm not going to address all of those. Not moving. Right. We do support appropriate development in the park that supports the park values, but we also defend the existing amenity and experience of the park's values. We share the concern that's already been addressed about the misuse of the transport definition and the absurd, which is the lawyer's term, interpretation that's been made to completely reverse the meaning of that clause to say that this proposal is acceptable. Not all cableways are public transport, and yet on the interpretation that's made here, this would be acceptable in the Springs area as a mode of public transport. There are a number of deficiencies in the application. Bernard has just been talking about the historic cultural heritage, which will be directly affected with the artefacts of the Cascade Brewery water supply, and the Cascade Brewery is a listed heritage site under the Tasmanian Heritage Act. In visual sensitivity, the acceptable solution and performance criteria are not met at Strickland Falls, and the proponent has in fact not even bothered to provide a visual impact assessment for that area. That's what Strickland Falls looks like today. There's another view. That's what the proponent wants it to look like. That's what's proposed. They haven't given us a visual impact assessment. They haven't given us a photo montage. I've created that using the diagrams that were provided in the Gandy and Roberts report. The acceptable solution is not met here. This is significant visual impact that cannot be mitigated and completely changes the character of this location, which is highly valued as probably the most accessible waterfall in the mountain park and popular with people going there for its peace and its tranquility. Public access, infrastructure and safety. The proposal does not address the track management strategy, even though it's required to. This has been raised by the planner. Currently, the track management strategy lists this as a low-use entry point to the park. What is proposed will change the classification to a high-use entry point, will impose an obligation on council to a higher standard of parking, signage and other amenities that might be needed. The current strategy also identifies the need for anything to be that's done in this area to be done in consultation with Cascade Brewery and the protection of their catchment area, and that has not been done. It has been ignored by the developer. In terms of the interim planning scheme, traffic generation. The proponent claims that traffic generated will be less than the limit of 40 movements per day by about 3 or 4 movements. The patronage numbers that they've given to us are simply asserted without any supporting evidence or analysis. They haven't told us what the engineered capacity of this line is, what it could operate at. It would certainly be far higher than the numbers that they have put in there. The traffic generation should be assessed for compliance based on the zip line capacity, not on a fabricated number that the developer has provided. No reliance can be placed on the traffic impact assessment here because that simply repeats the developer's numbers. And absurdly, the developer then says our numbers can be relied on because the traffic impact assessment has those numbers. That's their source of authority for the numbers, yet all it is doing is just playing back the numbers that they gave to them. In terms of site distances that are required, where the bus turning circle is proposed at Strickland Falls, the traffic impact assessment ignores it. They've done site distances for Hall Saddle. They've done nothing for the Strickland Falls turning circle. In terms of parking, the acceptable solution has not been addressed, or the performance criteria. The proposed bus turning circle will use the existing car park. You will lose existing parking capacity. We don't know exactly how much, but it will be reduced for existing users. The new connection to the wider track network will generate new parking requirements from people that go to that location, use it to access the rest of the network. Now, the planning report says that that's not the developer's problem. If somebody comes there and parks because this new connection has been made and there's extra parking, the developer doesn't have to take responsibility for that. That's fine, but if they don't, then council has to take responsibility. It is a cost that will be imposed on council. There is nothing in the traffic impact assessment on safety of families, children, anybody that's currently using the car park or the picnic area adjacent.
Mr. Day, you have 30 seconds left.
Okay. That's it on the deficiencies in the application. The rest of what I've got listed are things that ought to be in the conditions. There should be a limit on ride and bus frequency. There should be reference to impact on the Cascade Brewery water supply. There should be a traffic impact assessment for Strickland Falls because effectively there is none. It should address the safety of other park users. It should address the increased parking requirements. It should address the change of status under the walking track strategy. It should require consultation with Cascade Brewery. It should require a visual impact assessment. And I'd like to say more about the impact on the parking area, but the plan of that area was not included in the publicly advertised documents, even though it is referenced, and therefore all I can do is guess that there will be a reduction in parking capacity, there will be extra need to upgrade parking barriers, there will be need for a parking management plan by the council.
Mr. Day, thank you very much for your presentation. Now, questions? Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go over the traffic numbers that seem to be sort of made up. Are you saying that those numbers are not based on the predicted user numbers of the zip line?
They've just given a number that's in the planning document, but there's no explanation of how that number is derived. It ought to either say, no, this is how we've modelled expected demand, or it should say, this is how frequently it is possible to send someone down the line, and therefore that's the capacity. That's why I've suggested that in the conditioning, and failing them providing that, there should be a condition that actually says there can be no more than that number, because you can very easily imagine that if this line has got double the capacity of what they're proposing, that if a cruise ship comes in and the whole busload of people come up and want to ride on the zip line, they are going to want to take those people down the line. And it will be then well more than the 40 allowed traffic movements.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? No, Deputy,
Yeah,
sorry.
thank you. Thanks very much for your commentary. And just following up on what Councillor Lohberger was asking. So you're basically saying that Council did not do their own independent analysis regarding traffic assessment. Is that what you're asserting?
Council has just taken the number that the developer has provided. The developer has provided no analysis to explain how that's derived, and the traffic impact assessment, even though it claims that the traffic numbers are a finding. I mean, when I read something in a report that says this is a finding, it says I have analysed something and have come up with a number. It doesn't mean somebody told me the number, so I've just repeated it, which is all the traffic impact assessment does. So we have no basis to be able to rely on that number, and it is highly likely that the capacity of the line is well in excess of that, and therefore, unless the council puts some constraint on it, that the developer has every incentive when they can to send more paying passengers down the line.
So essentially, from what I'm hearing from you, is that you have two concerns with regards to the traffic assessment, the impact assessment, which is number one, the methodology around the data analysis was not done adequately.
Yes.
And number two, that council itself, when we did the report, we did not do our own independent analysis of the traffic.
Of those numbers.
We relied on, coming back to point one, that initial report that did not have any data analysis around the numbers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Day, thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. Okay, our next representative is Ross Stevens, Hobart Walking Club. Thank you, Ross. Again, the standard procedure, you have 5 minutes, and when it's about 30 seconds left, I'll let you know. Thank you.
So can you hear me? Okay, I'm Ross Stevens. I'm the president of the Hobart Walking Club, which has about 950 members, all based in Greater Hobart. Well, sorry, not all of them, but most of them based in Greater Hobart. It's the first time I've been to a presentation like this, and I'm feeling a little bit underdone after listening to most of the other presentations. But what I'd like to say is that the Hobart Walking Club does not see this zipline proposal as compatible with our chosen recreation, which is walking in that area. The club has run 6 walks that go to O'Grady Falls since the 1st of July last year up until now. Usually day walks quite typically go to O'Grady Falls. They quite typically go down the Rivulet Fire Trail down towards the lower end of the zip line where, towards Strickland Falls. We would use the lower Sawmill tracks and the Stumpside tracks, which goes from the Stumpside track is a sort of dual use track that goes across from the Rivulet Fire Trail across to the Middle Island Fire Trail, and it would be very close to the lower end of the zip line where we see it. So if this proposal were to go ahead, it would be, I guess, tantamount to going from, at the moment it's going for a nice walk in the forest, and it would be like walking under a chairlift or or something like that. It would ruin that experience for our members, and our members represent only a small proportion of the number of bushwalkers who actually go there. So we do not see this, I'll reiterate the points that some of the other people have made. The notion that this is a public transport solution is laughable. I think it's, we see that the public parks should be used for public enjoyment and that this would not be compatible with that. That's actually all I've got to say, if there's any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Harvey.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Ross. Do you have any other data about how many people use the mountain on a daily basis? Like, we've got like something like, what is it, 500,000 people that go up the mountain per year. Is that in the ballpark? Through you, Chair?
Councillor Harvey, no, I did not have.
Yeah, okay. And, okay, but typically when your group go out, how long are they out for?
5 or 6 hours, like a day walk, yeah.
And what's the age group?
Our median age is 67.6 of our 850 members, yes.
And how's the hearing?
You don't have to answer that.
No, but I understand. You use these tracks regularly.
Yes.
You appreciate these tracks.
Yes. Yes, I don't think they really want to turn off their hearing aids just to experience the. They wouldn't be able to hear the birds, for instance.
And that's the next question. So, what do you do on your walks? Is bird watching a big component of outings?
Oh, look, there's a wide variety of walks and interests within the 950 people in the club. There are some people who are very interested in birds. There are some people who are very interested in plants. There are some people who are very interested in getting to the destination. Yes. There are those things, but I'm not sure where that's going.
Through you, Chair. So with regard to traffic and cars going up the hill or buses going up the hill, are you normally in places where you don't hear the traffic?
Yes. I mean, we normally quite typically start from around the Springs area, so there's traffic there, but you get away from it pretty quickly. When the other major traffic points, the Pinnacle, but again, you get away from it pretty quickly. But
and on the tracks that would go under the proposal, there's no traffic noise in those areas?
None to speak of, no.
Yep. All right.
Thank you. I don't want to misquote you, Mr. Stevens, but did you say that this application isn't consistent with public enjoyment? Is that?
Well, quiet public enjoyment, I guess, in the sense that it'll be a paid service. Yeah. It's. Okay.
Yeah. You've added, I think, the word quiet there. I think I was wondering if you would accept that the users of the zip line would view this as public enjoyment, the activity as a public enjoyment activity.
Yes, in the same way that, say, go-karting might be. Yes.
I'm not agreeing, but thank you for your answer.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Thank you very much, Mr. Stevens, for your presentation. Appreciate it. Then we have the final representative, Gabriel Robin. Thank you.
Afternoon. My name is Gabby Robin. I'm a Ferntree resident and I'm here today to express my opposition to the proposed zipline on Kunanyi. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to address the Planning Authority Committee with my concerns. The zipline flies in the face of the values expressed in the Wellington Park Act and Management Plan, and throughout the Planning Assessment Report there is an effort to minimise the threat that the zipline would pose to the birds and animals of the park. This summer I was walking along the O'Grady's Falls track and happened to look off into the path into the bush to see a face looking back, which was this family of tawny frogmouths, which you can see on the screen, which is 2 adults and a chick, and the chick is in the middle. And I took my children back to see them, and they were as delighted as I was. A week or 2 later, walking along the same track, I saw the tawny again watching me, the chick that is, and it had grown a little bit by then, and so as soon as it saw it was observed, it quickly assumed the branch position. I kept walking and turned the corner where a boobook flew across the track and alighted a tree. In the report of that you're looking at, section 7.12 refers to the requirement of the Springs specific area plan to include the quiet enjoyment by all users where the natural values of the vegetation and habitats are enhanced. This experience I had observing the tawny frogmouths and encountering the boobook is a perfect example of quiet enjoyment, and one which would be impossible if the zipline went ahead. BirdLife Australia records that some species of birds are highly prone to disturbance, and that disturbing birds, when they're feeding, roosting or nesting, can cause stress and expose them to predation or nest failure. A zip line careering above the habitat of these tawny frogmouths or boobooks or masked owls or grey goshawks could only be described as a disturbance, and the bird life would experience it as a threat and they would vacate. Section 7.14 of the report states that the objectives of the management plan place the provision of recreational and visitor services and opportunities at the same level of priority as protection of natural cultural values. This assertion is highly contestable and represents a skewed interpretation of the intent of the Act and the plan. In taking this tack, the report reads more like an admission that it has downgraded natural and cultural values in favour of tourism. Currently, there is no barrier to experiencing the forest and wildlife between the springs, along the O'Grady's Falls track and through to the bush bordering Strickland Avenue. This area is clearly viewed as expendable in the report, which is not an appropriate nor justifiable assessment within the framework of the Act and the management plan. Section 8.10.4 of the report refers to the requirement that activities which could have an adverse effect on the quiet enjoyment of natural and cultural values must be avoided or remedied to prevent any loss of acoustic amenity in the park, and proceeds to give a calculation of likely noise assessment in decibels, which we've already heard about. It is patently clear that it is not possible to assess acoustic amenity only in terms of decibels, any more than it would be to assess a symphony according to how loud it is. Furthermore, I do not believe that a measurement of loudness alone was what was intended when legislators sought to protect the acoustic amenity of the mountain. Depending on the time of day and the weather, you can hear in this area the bush music that composers have been trying to transcribe for decades. The bell-like calls of the common bronze-wing, mixed in with the gentle hoot of tawny frogmouths against cacophonic kookaburras, cockatoos and wattlebirds, are symphonic, if you listen. The whole valley is filled with reverberation, and even though there are distant car noises, there is no perpetual hum of a motor, no wind whistling through the high wires, no intense and increasing high-pitched screeching of metal on metal, and noticeably absent are the shrieking, adrenaline-fueled screams of zipliners tearing downhill, oblivious to their surroundings. When you read the report, it is striking that the assessor is attempting to justify the defective conclusion by repeatedly asserting, if the performance criteria is interpreted literally and categorically, to be quickly contrasted with if a more relaxed interpretation of the performance criterion is adopted. And I put it to you that the report has been written to de-emphasise the protective intention of the Wellington Park Act and Management Plan, which leads to the critical question, why would the council be so keen to downgrade the park's values?
Gabrielle, you have 30 seconds left. Thank you.
The treasure of the mountain is here for everyone, and the mountain is enough as it is. The proposed zipline does not satisfy the relevant provisions of the Wellington Park Act and Management Plan, and it is only by sleight of hand that it can be put forward as doing so. Wellington Park was set aside for the enjoyment of many generations and for the protection of natural and cultural values. The zipline would be built over important habitats for tawny frogmouths, boobooks, black cockatoos, masked owls, grey goshawks, swift parrots, platypus, echidnas, wedge-tailed eagles, paddymelons, wallabies, skinks, snakes, brown goshawks, and would be in the sound bowl of peregrine falcons, lyrebirds and numerous other birds, mammals, reptiles and invertebrates. This is the treasure of the mountain that would disappear if you approve this zipline proposal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I'm just going to ask you a question that's slightly off topic on what you've spoken about today. You come from Ferntree and you're clearly a bushwalker and an avid nature watcher. Knowing a few people from Ferntree as I do, are you a fairly typical resident of the area in your walking habits?
Yes, and one of the lovely things about Ferntree, as everyone would agree, is it's a community. You get to know people who live in all different parts of the suburb, and according to the time of day you're walking, you run into your regular people that you know. Morning walks, you'll run into some people, evening walks others, weekends, families with children, lots and lots of tourists on weekends walking up the O'Grady's Falls track up to the springs and further.
Just to be really specific here, the area we're talking about is the recreation zone of the mountain. Is that correct? Yep.
So actually what I'm talking about is, so if you've been there, if you know the track at all, if you know O'Grady's Falls, the Springs, Octopus Tree, Sphinx Rock, that whole area, it's like a kind of a bowl, like it's what they're calling the eastern face of the mountain. And when you're within it, it's not just like, a 2 metre broad, oh, can we cut that tree down or not? That does not represent the environment that you're in.
I was just making the point that it is, I believe, in the recreation zone, which has been set aside for people.
But can I also say that it is for the quiet enjoyment of many, and the zipline is not quiet.
No,
any other questions?
Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Gabriel, Robin, greatly appreciated. Now, as I said earlier on, that's the completion of the representatives, and the applicant needed some time to put their thoughts together. So considering that, the meeting, I don't want to prolong it for too long, so we'll have a break for 15 minutes. Okay, 15 minutes, hope that'll give them enough time to put your thoughts together, and then we will come back, we'll have the applicant respond to those concerns. Thank you very much. you very much for coming back. And now we will have the applicant, Fraser Reid, Shane Abel, and Mark Thomas. Thank you very much. And you have 5 minutes, and then when it's about 30 seconds left, I'll give you the... Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, yes, I'm Fraser Reid, a town planner. So I just wanted to go through some of our key considerations and then we can just sort of deal with some questions. So I just want to start by saying this is a very low impact proposal. We thank the representatives for their opinions. We thank the council officers for their objective and extensive review of the application and the issues raised in the representations. And we note the recommendation for approval. The number of representations reflects the community's passion to protect the mountain from inappropriate development, and we understand that. Council is of course right to be careful in its assessment. Your assessment should not focus on the number of representations, but rather the merit of the issues. The planning application, as you know, is the first step for Council's review. The proposal will need to meet, as it progresses, would need to also be considered by Council as landowner and then permission from the Wellington Park Management Trust. As you're no doubt aware, at this stage, Council must consider the proposal under the planning scheme and the Wellington Park Management Plan, and we note that the representatives have focused on those issues and we thank them for that. The proposal is accompanied by a comprehensive landscape and visual impact assessment, natural values assessment, Aboriginal and historic heritage reports, noise assessment, engineering and traffic reports. These all demonstrate a high degree of compliance with the planning scheme and the management plan. The officer report comes to similar conclusions to these reports. In terms of the proposal, it's been carefully cited to avoid visual impacts and involves only minimal vegetation disturbance. The single launch tower at the Springs is located in an existing cleared area. The public viewing platform is just above the tree canopy. Council can be sure that this proposal will not create a scar on the landscape. The launch power won't be visible from Pinnacle Road and will be almost imperceptible in the broader landscape. The zip line will connect from this tower to the landing platform with no supporting structure in between. The zip line wires themselves will travel above the tree line and will only require minor trimming at the landing platform. The landing platform has been carefully positioned to avoid the removal of trees and proposed to be accessed via the existing Middle Island fire trail and lower sawmill track. The lower sawmill track would require minor trimming of the understory for construction access only. The applicant would be happy for a condition to this effect. A 3 metre wide emergency access is not required. In relation to use, I agree with the officer's recommendation of use in section 7 of the report. The proposal, including the viewing platform, is most similar to a tourist operation use. The landing platform as an aerial ropeway fits within the description of a potential transport mode. The uses are discretionary under the planning scheme and the management plan. The park values, we say the proposal aligns strongly with these, and councils assess this at 7.9 of the report. Provide high quality visitor experiences, ensure impacts are comprehensively assessed, minimise any adverse impacts on existing use, activities and experiences, offer a variety of differing experiences within a remarkable setting, and preservation of any features of land being of historical or Aboriginal interest. Council's officer report at 7.16 concludes in relation to the proposed use. Conscious of time, so I won't restate that. Environmental impacts are considered, again, extensively in sections 8.6 and 8.11 of the Officer Report, and confirm that environmental impacts are minimal and meet the relevant performance criteria. Visual impact. I've spoken to that, so I won't go over that again. In relation to noise, I have, in just relation to the discussion that arose from the representatives before, I have checked with the author of the noise assessment. He has confirmed that it was done on the basis of a single zipline rider. I've asked him, would two at the same time make a significant difference, and he's concluded that it wouldn't. It would be larger, but not a significant change to his conclusions. We note the comments in the discussion earlier and Council's questions in relation to comparable noise sources, and that indeed it, significantly less than a car or a truck or any other things that are regularly passing through the area, or a mountain bike. In relation to Aboriginal heritage, the existing heritage assessment confirms no impact on relics or sites, and that's the test under the planning scheme and the management plan, or the management plan, I mean. The management plan does not impose any assessment in relation to impacts on spiritual values. In relation to historic cultural heritage impacts, the proposal won't be visible from the historic exhibition garden circuit walk at the Springs, and that's been considered in depth in the visual impact assessment. We understand the comments made in Sarah Waite's heritage assessment in relation to the other assessments that the Trust has endorsed. We understand that these are not directly relevant to Council's assessment under the planning scheme and the management plan, but we are happy to accept the Council's condition to look at those matters further as we move forward.
Mr. Reid, you have 30 seconds, but I'll extend it for another 3 minutes. My discretion, have extra 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. In relation to traffic and parking, this is probably the last point I wanted to make at this stage. The proposal now includes the whole saddle car park, and that's as a result of the earlier community consultation activity that Council encourages us to do. We found that a very beneficial process and generally positive feedback. We think this is a significant improvement, actually having the whole saddle car park, which takes the traffic and parking away from other areas of the park. It means there's no demand for parking at Springs or Strickland Avenue, and the traffic numbers overall have been assessed in detail and will have a very minimal impact on the roads and access around the mountain. Pass to Shane to just make a few comments, but otherwise we're available for questions.
Chairman,
would you like to comment?
Happy if I can pass to
Please.
Shane.
I'm happy. I'm right to go on. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen. My name is Shane Abel. I'm the Managing Director of TasZip, who are the developers behind the zip line. I've been in the game for probably 40 years, of which I've probably spent the last 25 years tied up directly with tourism projects. I've done a number of projects both in Tasmania, on the mainland, in New Zealand and in the USA. And it's interesting when I've been through those projects is that I have spent quite a bit of time dealing with Indigenous people on those projects. The first one would be the project we dealt with up in Illawarra, which was a treetop walk up there, where I had to deal with the Indigenous Aboriginal community, who are called the Wadi Wadi community up there. We spent a fair bit of time dealing with them. They had a fair spiritual connection to the Illawarra Escarpment, which overlooks Wollongong. We spent a lot of time with them, we negotiated with them, and in the end they were very happy for that treetop walk project to proceed, and it's been built, it's been operating now for well over 10 years. Over in New Zealand, we dealt substantially with the Maori population. Our treetop walk and zip line over in New Zealand is located adjacent to Lake Mahinapua, which has significant spiritual connections with the Maori population over there. And you've actually got to get permission to actually operate on the lake. So we spent quite a bit of time dealing with the Maoris and negotiating with how we were to go about our development. and we were highly successful with that, and that business has been up and operating for probably close to about over 10 years now.
Mr. Abel, you've got 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
That's all right. We're good. If there's any questions, I'll come back.
Have I been going for 5
Yeah.
minutes? Have I? Oh, I'm shorter, am I? Yeah. I thought I had 5 minutes.
Between you have 5 minutes, and I gave extra 3 minutes.
Oh, shit, we've got 5 minutes. Oh, shit, okay. Excuse me, sorry. Well, the site description is pretty simple. There's a 25-metre tower at the top, 1.3 kilometres of zip line, dual, down a landing platform down the bottom. The tower's only 2.5 metres in diameter, so it's not very big. And if you look at, and I've got some little drawings here which you can have a look at later, it shows you the size of the tower relative to what infrastructure is already at the springs. I mean, the springs has already got large sheds. It's got a water tank which is bigger than our tower. You've got the coffee shop, you've got the toilet block, and you've got another shelter up there. They're all significantly larger than our tower, which is only 2.5 metres in diameter, so it's pretty small. The tourism potential for the zip line is certainly substantial. Hobart will be the only capital city in Australia that actually has adventure tourism on its doorstep. So basically, we can give people an experience 10 minutes outside the centre of the city. So there's no doubt that the zip line's going to increase the tourism numbers to Hobart and Tasmania overall. And it's going to be a fantastic experience for everybody that goes and does that. There's no age demographic in zip lining. We know that from what we've experienced in New Zealand. We had a 90-year-old do his birthday zip line just recently. Basically, ages from about 6 to 90 is doable on the zip line. So, you know, the potential for everybody to ride the zip line is out there. When it comes to community benefits, which has been talked about, obviously we're operating on council land, and we will need to obviously have a structured lease with council, and we're more than happy to pay council money for our operation. This is not the first time I've done this, because over in New Zealand we're operating on government-controlled land, and we operate under a lease agreement over there where we pay a percentage of our total income to the government. We're more than happy to do that over there, and we're certainly more than happy to do that here in Hobart.
Mr. Abel, thank you. Thank you very much for your time. We will open it for question time now. Thank you very much. And I'm sure, you know, a number of things that you mentioned with regards to the lease that can be discussed at the council.
Can I just
make one point?
Just one point. When it comes to the operation, right, we can only send 2 riders down every 5 minutes, right? So all up in half an hour, right, there's only X amount of riders we can send down, and over an hour there's only X amount of riders we can send down, right? So...
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And that's what produces the traffic figures. The number of bus movements on Strickland Avenue is purely related to how many zip line riders we can actually send down, which is 2 every 5 minutes. If you do a quick calculation in your head, it's a bus every half an hour.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll open it for question time now. Thank you for your presentation, both of you, Mr. Abel and Mr. Reid. Okay, any questions? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, so your other overseas constructions you've done, have they been over similar areas where there's been walking tracks?
Well, no. Well, the zipline development we undertook over in New Zealand is actually off an existing treetop walk, so people are walking past the zipline on a regular basis. Because the zipline goes off the top of the 45-metre high tower through the forest, but as you're walking along the treetop walk, you're actually seeing the zipline.
Right, but there's tracks around that area?
There are tracks in that area as well, yes. Yes, there are tracks, yes.
So would you consider the area you're proposing to be similar to examples of overseas? Can you quote an example? What's the closest example you would have to that?
Well, that's probably the only example I have, which is the New Zealand example. I wouldn't quote any others. No.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Kistos.
I was just wondering if you could backtrack a little bit and explain why it is that you selected Mount Wellington for Tassie?
It's a very good question. It's kind of interesting because obviously we built the zip line over in New Zealand, and it's been a very successful development, and we've certainly got a lot of people who ride the zip line and enjoy it very much. And I suppose the thing was that when we came back to Tasmania, back to Hobart, we kind of thought, well, maybe we should be doing something similar here, like we've done in New Zealand. So I suppose my point is, well, if you're going to do something, then you need to do it on probably what is probably the best site to do it in Hobart. And clearly Mount Worthington is the best site to do it in Hobart. Certainly from a, how would you say, a publicity perspective and the amount of people that travel up the mountain, being around somewhere between 500,000 and 700,000 people a year travel up the mountain. So from a promotional perspective, you couldn't find a better location to do a zip line on. Plus, in addition to that, it's just the ability to actually build something. You know, and obviously if you're going to build a zip line, you need elevation, which you obviously got a sloping line. So, you know, it's a bit like when I did a lot of treetop walk design, it's always quite difficult to find the site. You know, you spend a lot of time searching for a particular site to be able to do your development on. And I suppose I spent quite a lot of time looking around Hobart at various sites. There was maybe a site around the waterworks that I looked at, which seemed to be okay and probably would have worked. But, you know, and then obviously then I spent quite a lot of time on Mount Wellington. You know, I looked around the Springs area in quite some detail. I went up to the Pinnacle and had a look from there. But at the end of the day, the Springs site worked the best because it had the elevation that I was chasing. And then secondly, I could locate a landing platform somewhere in the forest. So that was fairly important. And then I had to look at the overall management of actually running it. So getting people off the zip line, parking them somewhere, and then getting them from where we're parking them up to the start of the zip line. So the whole design of the zip line is actually quite complex. It's not sort of, you just go and pick it like that. There's quite a lot of work that goes into it, yes.
Thank you. Okay.
That's okay.
Yes.
I'm wondering, in terms of your transport management plan and parking, obviously the plan is for people to park at Horse Saddle,
yep.
But there may be in fact people that travel to the Springs and access the launching site from there.
No.
How are you going to prevent that
No,
from
we're
happening?
doing it. Well, to be able to ride the zip line, you have to meet at Horse Saddle, because at Horse Saddle you'll be briefed and you'll be set up with your various gears, which will be lanyards and your trolley and your carabiners, and then you'll be put on a bus and you'll be driven up to the Springs and you'll be dropped off in the front of the car. You won't be dropped off in the car park as you pull off the road, just in that main car park area where the buses pull up now. That's where you'll be dropped off right there, and then you'll walk to the tower and you'll zip from the tower. So you won't be doing, we won't be taking any bookings out of the Springs site. So if someone goes up to the Springs and wants to do a zip line, they'll have to drive down to Horse Saddle and book in down there. But basically we're taking all our bookings over the internet. That's the plan, to make it simple. And we'll have a schedule for the day, so when you go to do your booking, you'll see where there is a slot, and as I said, it'll be 11 riders per every half an hour. So we'll be doing, say, like a spreadsheet which will show 8 to 8:30 or 9 to 9:30, and you'll go in and book, say, I'm going to do an 8:30 ride, and there'll be 11 riders in that 8:30 time slot. And then come 9 o'clock, there'll be another 11.
Thank you. Deputy?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the information that you've provided. I just wanted to confirm, I read somewhere that apparently this is going to be the longest and fastest zip line in the Southern Hemisphere. Is that correct?
I wouldn't
quite,
it's a good comment. It's going to be probably the longest and fastest zip line in the Asia Pacific region. I do think there's something in Korea that might be a bit longer.
Yeah.
But in that sort of Pacific region, I mean, New Zealand, which is obviously, New Zealand's the capital for adventure tourism, as we all know. They're very proactive in having developments approved in New Zealand. And having worked in New Zealand and done development over there, I found the councils over there to be very supportive of developments, especially in the forest. And we're talking about fairly pristine forest. So where we did the treetop walk development over there, it's in a very pristine forest, but we had no issues getting development approval over there.
That's a really wonderful claim, don't you think? And it would attract most certainly a lot
of people. What's that? Sorry, I didn't hear.
Because it's such a wwonderful claim. Say it's just here, even in Australia, to make it the longest or fastest, say in Australia, you would think that you'd get a lot of tourists, right, who want to ride it.
Correct, yes. So, I mean, obviously the selling point of something like a zip line is to probably have it fairly long and fairly fast. I mean, over in New Zealand, they've got one just out of Christchurch, which is the longest one they've got in New Zealand, and that's about 1 kilometre long. but it's not anywhere near the site of Mount Wellington, because you take off at ground level and you basically go over pine trees, so the forest is not that great, and you go over open paddock. But at the same time, and I've done it a few times, it's a kilometre and it's fantastic, you know.
So it's going to be pretty spectacular that people would want to go, right?
You're going to walk up a 25-metre high tower, and you're going to be standing on the top of 25 metres above the ground, which is like 9 stories above the ground. You're going to be looking over the side, and a lot of people are going to be thinking, do I really want to launch off this with just a little trolley and a couple of lanyards, a couple of carabiners, you know? So they're going to get pretty nervous, which is going to be great.
Yeah.
Councillor Lohberger.
Sorry, I have a couple.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Councillor Lohberger.
Going on that.
You sure?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
the last final question. Thank you.
I have about 7 more. No, I only have about 3 more, but I'll just ask this one and then I'll ask
You can ask as many questions as you like.
So considering that it'd be a tourist attraction that would potentially attract a lot of people,
yes,
which you concur is quite possible, then that space that you're talking about with regards to the parking in Hall Saddle, and that particular space is going to be utilised to take people up there to the bus. Possibly a lot of people will come. Do you think possibly a lot of people who are locals may want to even park in the Hall Saddle area, maybe walk up to the springs or do something different? Will that particular space only be for people who are actually only taking the zip line? Like it'll be restricted, or?
Well, our requirement under our proposal is at Hall Saddle is to put in 2 sea containers. One will be for our office and our equipment. The second sea container will be a toilet. There'll be 2 toilets in that. And then we're going to provide for 30 car spaces and 2 bus pull-up spaces, right? That's what we need for our operation. But as we all know, and I'm assuming that all you have been up to Hall Saddle, I assume, so you know the terrain and Hall Saddle is a site. It's a massive amount of area. So if there was a demand for increased parking at Hall Saddle, there'd be no trouble increasing the parking in that area because there's so much area.
But as on the merits of this particular application, it's just for that 30. What my question was, would you be allowing locals to park there as well? Or is it only for
the
people?
30 parks are for the zipline operators, right? And as I said, we only allow 11 per every half an hour. And let's just say it's probably like 6 cars every half hour. So we're talking probably at any 1 hour, there'll probably be 12 cars. We've got 30 spaces, but we probably only need somewhere between 12 and 15 car spaces. But being an engineer, I kind of like to have a little bit more, maybe than what I actually particularly require. So we've almost doubled what we need by having 30.
Yeah, thank you.
And I mean, if some people want to park there and go for the mountain bike ride, well, we're probably not going to be too concerned about that, because currently they park just outside, if you know. There's that little park space just outside on the side of the road, the Chimney Potty Road, there's a little parking area there. And I was up there today and I reckon I counted about 6 cars parked there. And I reckon they were either walkers walking up to Ferntree or they were mountain bike riders riding up the trails.
Yeah, thank you for confirming that those 30 spots is only for people who are taking the ride, and it probably wouldn't be available for locals who wanted to park. No. Yep, thank you. I've got other questions, but I'll ask.
I'll come back. I'll give others the opportunity. I'll come back. Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Chair. Just got a couple of questions, possibly one each, but you guys can decide that. Mr Abel spoke at length about engaging with Indigenous populations elsewhere, but how have you gone here in Tasmania with that proposal?
Well, to be brutally honest, not as successful as what I'd like to have been, right? Obviously, in the early days, this is probably over a year ago now, obviously, I mean, I've had a fair bit of experience in projects, so I know who I need to speak to. And obviously, I knew that I need to speak to the Indigenous community about the zip line. So I made them a priority to do that. So I rang up the Aboriginal Council here and I arranged to meet with Nala Mounsell. That was the plan. And in the end, the meeting was going to be with Nala and Vicar Bailey, because Vicar Bailey at the time was working for the council, had been for some time. So we booked in a meeting to see them, and myself and my wife rocked up, and unfortunately Nala wasn't there, and apparently she was sick, apparently. And so we had a meeting with Vicar for about an hour and a half, and albeit I wouldn't necessarily agree with his commentary, I still found it interesting, you know, to me it was informative. You know, and I understood his views, and that was fine by me. But I didn't necessarily agree with what he said, but that was okay. And then I did say to him, look, I'd like to meet with Nala so I can speak to her directly. He said, well, you have to try. So over probably the coming next 3 to 4 weeks, I made at least 3 phone calls, and at no stage would she meet with me. So I've had no success. So I suppose, you know, there's only so much I can do, and I think having made 3 phone calls in an attempt to try and arrange a meeting with her, I suppose at the end of the day, one just gives up as one realises that she's not actually interested in meeting with you. And that was clear from her actions.
Councillor Lubbock, do you have a follow-up question? Please, one more. Yeah.
I just want to clarify Councillor Kelly's question from earlier. You're talking about overseas examples of zip lines and walking tracks nearby, and you stated that there were walking tracks in the area of these zip lines. Did any of these zip lines go directly over the top of the walking track?
No. They parallel it.
I just wondering because there's quite a few that goes over.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't think the zip line goes over as quite as many tracks as what people are quoting. I think it goes over 2. One of them is a mountain bike track.
That's okay. Thank you for your answer.
I think you just probably need to have a revisit that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, any other question from the elected member before I go to the deputy? Councillor Passault.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time every day to come and talk to us about this application. The decibels and the noise study have been sort of contested territory. One of the elements of that was not clear was if a brake is deployed for the entirety of the ride, or if a brake is deployed only at the end of the ride. Can you answer that question?
Due to the steepness of the zip line, we have to use magnetic trolleys, right? So you actually have trolleys and they've actually got little circular magnets about the size of 50-cent pieces. They're actually inside the trolley. And depending on how heavy you are, we may either need 1 or 4 magnets. The heavier you are, the faster you go because you break wind resistance quicker, right? So what happens is there's a reaction between the magnets and the electromagnetic reaction, which slows you down. So there's no noise produced from that because it's purely electromagnetic reaction onto the cable. What will happen on the zip line when you get down within about probably 30 metres of the end of the cable where the cable goes into the ground, about 30 metres, there'll be like a block actually on the zip line cable, and as you come down with your trolley, you'll actually hit that block. And then from that block, there's basically a cord or a wire running from this block up into like a fairly high truss structure. And then from that, it comes down to what is a pile of chains, right? So what's happening is you're hitting the block and then it's pulling the wire through a series of pulleys, which has a pile of chains on the ground. And what that does is as the chains are getting picked up as you're going down the line. So the only noise that's being generated is basically a pile of chains being picked up, and then they'll basically be released very slowly back onto the ground. So there'll be minimal, if any, noise at all. I mean, we're not dropping something, it's just being lifted up slowly and it's being dropped back slowly. So there'll be minimal noise. So, I mean, this is a different braking system. We've got different braking systems over in New Zealand, and they're called the zip stop system, and they're a bit different structure and probably slightly noisier. There's actually a cord wrapped around inside a box and that gets pulled out and then pulled back, and that's what slows you down. But the chains will be definitely probably quieter because you're just picking up a pile of chains and then it's being lowered back down on the ground. So,
Councillor Passault, do you have a follow-up question?
We think it's a much better system too.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, is there anyone else before I go to the deputy?
Can we just put to bed this discussion about whether there'll be 2 or 1 zip line rider at a time? So obviously we've said that there's the 11 people per 30 minutes.
There'll be 2 zip line riders at a time, so it's a dual zip line, which will allow you to race your husband or your wife or your boyfriend or whatever down the line together.
So a second line is not to tow gear back up to the top. The second line is
no, because So from an operation perspective, what will happen is when you finish your zip line ride down the bottom of the landing platform, you'll then harness off the cable, and then you'll walk about 300 odd metres back to Strickland Falls car park, and you'll be carrying your trolley and all your lanyards and your carabiners, and you'll get on the bus and you'll go back to Hall Saddle, and once you're at Hall Saddle, we'll take all the gear off you. So no, nothing will be going back up a line.
Thank you. Thank you. Deputy.
Yeah, look, thank you very much, Chair. I think most of my questions have already been asked, but I did want to say thank you very much for your beginning introduction about your the way that in New Zealand and in a different part of Australia that you engaged with the local people in terms of the Aboriginal community or the Indigenous in that space. And you did note that you tried to speak to Nala Mansell and rang on 3 separate occasions. I'm just wondering, did you go any further than Nala Mansell?
Well, I just figured she was the main person to talk to.
Like one for everyone, like a representative. Like
Well, lucky.
Your thought process.
I suppose we were very lucky because during our Aboriginal survey, on-site survey, we did have a representative from the Aboriginal community came along to do the survey with us. He was an older gentleman, probably similar age to me, about 60. So I spent the whole day with him. So I had a fair bit of interaction with him, discussed the project with him, and he seemed to quite like the project. He thought it was a really good idea.
Who was that?
Oh, I can't think of his name now, but yeah. So he was organised through the Aboriginal Land Council to come along with our expert from the mainland, from Everett's consultants who came over to do the actual survey and wrote the report. So we had an Aboriginal consultant on site, as you're supposed to do, as we all know. In some cases they don't want to come, but he was more than happy to come, and I spent the whole day with him. So I suppose that was good, spending a day with an Aboriginal guy. So
yep. Okay, thank you for that. And so I think that's what's already been asked as well by Councillor Kitsos, just with regards to, so it's two lines. This one line is not for maintenance. It's not to carry stuff up and bring it back down.
2 on the way down.
Yep, so 2 all the way. And so the noise assessment is done with only that one.
It was done with one, but as my friend Fraser next door to me just mentioned, that the fact that we may have 2, there's not going to really be much substantial change in the level of noise.
Right.
I mean, 60 dBA. 2 people was talking 60 dBAs and 120 dBA. It's not additive.
Yeah. So you.
Add it up, right? Okay.
Yeah.
It's not additive. So there'll be a slight change in increase in noise levels, but again, it won't be that substantial. No.
So you're asserting that one noise, that the assessment of that one zip line, you add another one, there's no extra noise.
Well, there'll be a little bit of extra, not a large amount, you know.
And
when it comes to riding a zip line, I can tell you, having ridden quite a few both in Australia and New Zealand, no one screams. I don't know whether he set that video up himself and did it deliberately.
Excuse me, Deputy. We'll be asking question, not a dialogue, please. Thank you. So let him answer, and then thank you.
Is that okay? Can I ask you?
Yeah, you ask the question.
Yeah. So just with regards to the noise. So you're asserting that we don't actually need to put in a noise assessment that considers that second cable for it to actually be accurate and reflective of.
Well, the advice we've just had over the phone is no, because we just rung up the author, discuss it with him, and he suggested it's not required.
Reason.
But I will say, I think in your conditions that you have in the actual the scheme, so one of the
draft conditions.
One of the draft conditions is that you would like us to measure the noise at the braking system. Right, so my idea would be that what we will do down there is we'll actually measure the noise of the chains being picked up and then put back down on the ground again. So that's what we're going to do. So we'll get a noise level on that.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you having an honest conversation. Thank you.
Any other? No? Thank you. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated, Mr. Reid and Mr. Abel, for your presentation and answering those questions. I'll open the
recommendation.
Okay. Recommendation moved. Anyone who speaks to it?
I just have a couple of questions in regards to the noise factor. Would this come, would any noise factors that come under the Environmental Noise Protection Act, yes or no?
This, through you, Chair, this category of application does not need to be set under that act.
I ask that question. And the other question I have, in regards to the bike tracks that we have on the mountain, it's a council application, is that correct?
Through you, Chair, yes, usually.
Okay, has the council got any any sort of defined numbers on how many bikes we can have on the tracks at any one time?
Through you, Chair, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Alderman Bloomfield.
Oh, just had a question through you, Chair. I'm just curious. This is recommended for approval. If this was, say this vote is lost and it's rejected, what's the likelihood of this successfully winning an appeal?
Through you, Chair. It's difficult for me to say without actually consulting with private consultants out there in the market to see whether or not they would support a refusal. The noise assessment in particular, I would strongly urge the elected members that the person who's carried out that assessment is a consultant that the council has used many times, and I don't think I would be able to find somebody who would be able to act against that. But there are points that have been raised this evening that, you know, in terms of flora and fauna and noise and even the use, which hasn't really been raised yet, but that's no doubt going to come up, that there may be other experts out there who would support the refusal.
Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Chair, there's always opportunities to exploit our environment for profit, and that's just the way of the world. But in the right location, I don't have a problem with things like zip lines. But again, it comes down to where it is. So I think public lands, including national parks, reserves, should be protected for their natural cultural values, for biodiversity, catchment, water importance, and basically protected for this and future generations as they are. So Kunyani, while there are dozens of private businesses operating under licence on the mountain, they're all very low impact, they're quiet, and they're mostly invisible. I don't know the exact number, maybe the representatives from the Trust might know how many businesses operate on the mountain, but mostly they're small businesses, they're invisible, and we don't really see them, but we do know of them. So the questions for me are, is this project respectful of the natural values of the mountain? Is it low impact, is it quiet and invisible like most of the other businesses, or mostly invisible like most of the other businesses on the mountain? Does it add value to the natural values? Does it add to the peaceful enjoyment of the mountain? Does it benefit Kunyani? And I'm not sure if it does. And I just want to quote something. Last year I picked up my copy of Aldo Leopold's classic book, A Sand County Almanac, and just one quote that jumps out at me from that is, "A thing is right when it tends to preserve the integrity, stability and beauty of the Biota community, and it's wrong when it tends otherwise." So Aldo Leopold was a writer who produced this book, or he's actually a professor, an academic. He produced this book in the early 1900s, but it still rings true today. So it's interesting philosophy he has about the ethics, land ethics, but I reckon it's worth having a read for anyone interested. There's lots of hills in Hobart where we could potentially do this, where a zip line could be placed, and I think that those other alternatives should be examined. Is Mount Wellington, Kunani the right place? And I don't think it is. So I've got an alternative motion, and I'll be foreshadowing refusal of this project. So we'll see how we go with the recommendation for approval. But if that fails, I've got an alternative motion that I will be putting forward for refusal.
Deputy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Through you to the Director, can you just explain to us, specifically when we're talking about discretions, for example, can you tell me about the tourist operation use and whether it's prohibited in a recreation zone, please?
Through you, Chair. So part of our job as assessing officers is to categorise the use, and the two most obvious possible uses for this proposal are tourist operation and transport depot and distribution. So the report goes into detail. At first glance, you think that this is, as Mr Abel has said, something that's designed to attract tourists, and so we might tend to veer towards the tourist operation use categorisation. But when we looked at the detail of the use category of transport depot and distribution, it includes a phrase, it includes other potential transport modes. That in turn is defined to mean to include, but not limited to, shuttle buses, cable cars and aerial ropeways, and funicular rail and cable rail systems. So we have interpreted that to include the zip line, and that's why we've classified our advice to the elected members, is that the use should be classified under that latter category. The significance is that the tourist operation, if that use is prohibited where the landing area is proposed to be. So it is quite a crucial step in the planning assessment.
Yeah, okay. So I suppose just from what we've heard as well, if it's, you know, one of the longest, fastest zip lines in this particular area, elected members could potentially sort of come to the, I suppose, assumption or base their argument in the fact that that could be considered a tourist operation in a recreation, and that it's not allowed in that particular zone.
Through you, Chair. The job here tonight is for the elected members to make a decision.
Yep.
The advice that we've given you is that we think that this should be classified as transport depot,
right,
for the reasons that I've outlined.
So say, for example, if we do categorise it as transport depot, and I think every individual member around the table will have to ascertain for themselves whether they think this is operational use or transport depot, from what we've just heard. When we're talking about that transport depot aspect, I recall that one of our priorities, we here unanimously as a council, one of our priorities last year we actually said was Hall Saddle, and looking at that and its potential development and for buses and so forth going up to Coonamble, Mount Wellington. So could you just expand on, if we categorise it as this, our vision for Hall Saddle, will that be impacted?
Through you, Chair, from the discussions that I've had with the applicant, my understanding is that they would happily be the first tenants if we, as the council, decided to develop Hall Saddle. So the proposal would function quite happily based on what they've proposed, but if the council was to undertake further development there, they see themselves as very much fitting in with whatever the council would choose to develop.
What we heard earlier and what is in the report, those 30 parking spots that are only specifically for lack of a better word, the tourist operation of the zip line, how would that impact on, say, our vision for it if, as has been asserted, that it would only be for that particular activity, and so locals couldn't come there and just park and walk up or park and, you know, go somewhere or ride or whatever it may be?
Through you, Chair, the planning scheme does require that there's some parking associated with a development such as this, so that's what they've identified, that there is sufficient space for there to be allocated parks to them, that if the whole of Hall Saddle was developed, there's space for further parking that would be associated with any further activity there. So I don't think that this activity going ahead would compromise the council's future plans.
And is this particular application about bikes and how many bikes are going up and down our tracks?
Through you, Chair, no.
Thank you.
Councillor Kisto.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering, through you to the Director, whether we could have some commentary about the associated documents that are part of the Wellington Park Management Plan and how the Cultural Heritage Impact Assessment has been considered in the documents that we've received to consider the application tonight.
Through you, Chair. The application requirements are contained in part 8.5.1, subparagraph 1 of the management plan, and that details a list of about 12 or 15 points of things that the applicant has to do in order to lodge the application. There are further requirements which set out Other requirements which overall will need to be met if they need a planning approval and the park activity assessment done by the Trust. Some of those include the heritage analysis that have been referred to tonight by Mr Lloyd. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think it does. I guess I'd like a bit of clarity around how these appendices or additional documents fit into the overall document, the Wellington Park Management Plan, and whether or not we've given due consideration to all of those previous cultural heritage impact assessments that have already been undertaken when considering this application.
Through you, Chair. Our advice is that we don't, the management plan and the specific discretions that I've identified, or that we have identified in the report that's been provided to the elected members, are the issues that you need to be satisfied of to consider this application. It's not all the matters listed in clause 8.5.1. There's an absolute wealth of detailed information that are very broad and very detailed. That is not the role of the Planning Authority tonight. That will be, to an extent, I imagine, done by the Trust when they do their further analysis. But we have been very careful to identify the specific points that you need to consider as Planning Authority tonight.
One more question, if I may, Chair. In regards to the visual impact zoning, it's been brought to our attention that it is in a high visual impact zone. I'm just wondering, the references in the reports that we've received that reference that it's in a moderate area. Could we have some explanation around that, please?
Through you, Chair. Thank you. That came to my attention this afternoon. That is a typographical error. It's important to note, though, that irrespective of whether it's high or moderate on the map, we do the same assessment. So the proper assessment has been carried out irrespective of the fact that we've used moderate rather than high.
Thank you.
Any other questions, any other comments? No, I have 3 questions and then I'll come to you, Councillor Kelly. The first question is the zip line and the aerial ropeway, as it's mentioned in the management document, the same? Not similar, but is it the same?
Through you, Chair, we believe that they are similar enough to fall within that category. It's important also to note that the definition says it includes, but is not limited to. Yeah. So we very much took the approach that even if a zip line is slightly different from an aerial ropeway, it's close enough to all of the items listed in that paragraph to fall within that use category.
Question number 2, is the viewing platform the same as the viewing shelter?
Through you, Chair, I have not turned my mind to that. I imagine a viewing shelter would provide some shelter, whereas this platform is quite open and is designed to provide an outlook.
Thank you. And the final question, do we have figures as to how many tourists have gone up the mountain? We have a number of cars, and I think it's equated to 2.5, and therefore you have the number of people. But do we have figures clearly stating that we have 20,000 tourists going up the mountain each month?
Thank you, Chair. It's difficult and it relies on certain assumptions to be made, but we estimate that it's approximately half a million people per year, 18% of which are from the Hobart municipality.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So I'm just going to give my thoughts on the matter. Now, I just wanted to ask one question prior to that, just to confirm that Whole Saddle car park is not in Wellington Park, is it?
Through you, Chair, no.
Well, I see. Good, thank you. Look, it's probably one of the tougher decisions we get to make on this life of this current council. Look, I totally respect everyone's views here tonight. I'm really borderline as to which way to go on this whole, or had been going into tonight prior to hearing everyone speak. Look, we're all passionate about the mountain, and that's why we're all here tonight, and that's why we're speaking so much about it. Most of us live in the foothills or in direct line of sight of mountain. And I've thought a lot about, you know, what other spaces are there in Hobart that are special and that are used as places of enjoyment and involve some level of intrusion, if you want to use that for a bit of a word. And I've thought about the beaches we have, you know, which are just beautiful, natural, Sandy Bay Beach on the Derwent River there. And on that, we share that space. We have regattas, there's live bands down there, and, you know, there's other forms of entertainment. We've all heard how we've got about 100 kilometres of mountain bike tracks on the mountain that the council, the ratepayers, have spent over $1 million on making as places of enjoyment, which I enjoy myself. And I've taken my young kids up there and they've screamed and carried on, and it's been a great day out. So another example of you know, a shared facility in a beautiful, quiet place. Perhaps the most sacred place that, you know, we respect for respect, remembrance and reflection is the cenotaph to me. And this exact space is also the venue for an annual regatta, Australia's longest regatta, which consists of sideshow alleys, rides, screaming children, engines powering amusement rides and loud music. At other times of the year, activities that include circuses, live bands, powerboat racing, fireworks. And these activities spread all through the day, right late into the night, especially with the fireworks. There's also the occasional 21-gun salute that reverberates all around Hobart. There's over, you know, these are just some of the examples of how culturally sensitive and beautiful open spaces are shared spaces. They're not exclusively for one demographic or for one type of specific use or for people who are fit and able-bodied people. You know, there's over 200,000 cars and buses and trucks that drive to the top of the mountain, which conveys that's double really, you're going up and down. So that's 400,000 vehicle movements at decibel levels that go, and I've walked up there extensively, that reverberate through. It's not a showstopper for my total enjoyment. In a perfect world, I wouldn't like it, but if I want to get perfect sound, free area and be immersed in total nature, I'll go to one of the other multiple bushwalks within short walk distance of Hobart. The Aboriginal issue is important to me, and I do note the applicant's attempt to make multiple efforts to be in contact, and also the time he has spent in the planning phase. I just quickly mention what's in our planning report, and it states any impacts on any heritage precincts or sites of Aboriginal value must be avoided, mitigated or remedied so that no long-term loss of Aboriginal cultural heritage value occurs. Any work shall conform with any relevant standards and guidelines prepared by Aboriginal Heritage Tasmania and comply with the Aboriginal Relics Act. So, you know, they still have to make a big effort to make sure that that ticks that box. So it's not a done deal if this gets approved tonight. Look, as I said earlier, I fully respect the opinions of others, but I really do believe this is a fair and reasonable application. The applicants listened to all the relevant stakeholders. They've made multiple attempts to have open forums and question times. They've adjusted their plans accordingly to go to the Hall Saddle car park, which is not in the park itself, and that has a major part in the whole role. You know, it's about as green project as you can get. It's not carbon emitting. It can be very easily removed if the whole thing was to be not viable or for whatever reason had to be removed. But as I said earlier, yeah, I fully respect everyone's opinion here tonight, but I just think for the greater cause of the mountain, the way I look at it, I'm on record and I still firmly believe that I do not support any cable car development to the pinnacle. And that is, anything above the springs to me is sacred ground. I mean, I'm not going to talk what's already there, that one day may well go. Vehicles could and should go to the top as well. But below, I just think already there's this multiplicity of development that goes on there. You've got the cars going through the area. There's the chainsaw noises that one of the other members mentioned here today, where that even echoes up from neighbouring community areas. I just think we're pushing the envelope too far by trying to make every last part of the mountain, which is 18,000 hectares, I do note, which is absolutely huge, and surrounded by other parkland itself. I think we're doing more damage and detriment to the cause of this mountain by saying no to every single thing that wants to be put forward to it. I think that by being seen as being progressive, supporting this very good application and with all its green credentials, that we will be seen as a community that is reasonable, that listens and shares this really beautiful, important facility. And my final comment I'll make, and that's my influencer to me, is that the council's report from the planning officers support this application, and I put great credence in that tonight as well. So I'd support this application tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lulleberger.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll make my contribution. I've got concerns about a couple of issues regarding this proposal, but the first thing I wanted to say is that I'm really very impressed with one aspect, and that is recognition from a commercial tourism proponent that Hall Saddle provides a convenient location for a car parking hub serviced by buses. I think that's a very important thing to note here, and I thank the proponent for that. I am, unfortunately though, still very concerned about noise. I did want to also thank Mr Andy Page for his expert evidence on the matter tonight. He was clearly an expert in this field. I do think it is obvious that people belting down a steel cable at 100 kilometres an hour are likely to be making noise, possibly more akin to bungee jumping than the type of zip lines that we're used to. And then there's the drag and the breaking of the cable itself. I just think this has the potential to generate significant noise and have a really negative effect on the quiet enjoyment of other users in the park, which is a specific thing that we need to protect here. And not to mention residents living on Strickland Avenue. Some of those, I believe, will also hear this development. But the major issue with the application really is the decision to base the landing tower in the recreation zone of the Wellington Park Management Trust, where tourism operations are specifically banned. The rec zone is set aside for use by local residents and the public, and it is heavily used. And I, for one, just cannot accept that this proposal is actually anything but a tourism project. I'm also quite concerned that the required consultation with the Aboriginal community did not seem to have been done to the satisfaction of Aboriginal Heritage Tasmania, but I accept what Mr Abel said about problems that were had there. And I also acknowledge that this can't actually be used as a reason on which to base our decision tonight. But at the end of the day, I just can't see how the application can pass here tonight, given the need to establish part of a tourism operation within the recreation zone, which specifically bans tourism development. So I just have no choice. I would say to the proponent, I would be very supportive of this proposal outside the mountain park. But for this particular proposal, I'm going to have to vote to reject this current application and to support the foreshadowed motion from Councillor Harvey. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Reading through the officer's report, I can see that, in my opinion, I think they've been fairly, I think they've been fair in their determinations. We're known for having a high threshold in terms of, especially in terms of protecting the mountain, and you would expect that. So I do take obviously a lot of weight in the professional opinion of our officers. At the same time, I understand where the representors against the application are coming from, and I think it's right that people have paid close attention and have their concerns heard. But at the same time, I think in putting those, we've had the concerns aired in writing and verbally tonight. I think all of those have been addressed. Like in terms of the noise, I give a lot of weight to the credibility of the expert that the applicant has used in terms of the noise assessment. I think that's really important for me to know that that's a very credible and experienced individual. because noise is something that I think is a risk in this, but at the same time, we need to provide that, we need to ensure that we're preserving quiet enjoyment, and I think whilst this application, that isn't silent enjoyment, and we do have other comparable activities already happening on the mountain. I know that mountain biking is the obvious one, and when I compare and contrast, I actually think that the impact in terms of the flora and fauna and the site coverage and the visual and the ability to rehabilitate land for mountain biking is significantly more than this application. With this application, I think the visual impact would be minimal. You're for the large part flying over the top of the flora and fauna. And I do agree with the assessment around the use in that area. I think that this application ticks the boxes for me in terms of it being low impact and quiet, not silent but quiet, and virtually invisible. Obviously we need to balance the preservation of the values of the area, but also at the same time make sure that we are, and as the management plan allows, is that we're providing for further opportunities for recreation and enjoyment. And I actually think that this application would diversify the enjoyment activities available for people. It is a hard decision, but I think that the applicants have done really well with what could be a poorly done concept. I think they've demonstrated how serious they take meeting the requirements they have to under the plan and the scheme. So yeah, I support this because I believe that the performance criteria are satisfied. I think in discussions I've had along the way with officers that I'm confident that I have personal confidence that the decision would stand up, that the application would, an approval would sustain an appeal. So that's why I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Alderman Bloomfield.
I think we need to remember that this DA clearly stated, and the council has confirmed, that this was not a tourism operation, that it was not within that parameter. The definition was not met. So that's something that it's easy to suggest, oh, but we think it is, but the definition's been examined, and those who know more about planning than us have suggested that it's not. Secondly, when we look at the alternative uses, I get stuck constantly examining the impact of mountain bike riders. The noise would be significant with quite a number of people and young children out there. That they're going to make noise, there's no way that they won't. And it would be definitely equivalent or more to the 50 decibels that we've been discussing consistently through this. The ecological impact as well of mountain bike riding requires continual maintenance by council. So we can't really walk away and say that, oh, you know, there's nothing to see here. There's plenty to see here. There's quite a lot of impact. And yet we think that's okay for the mountain, and we walk past that. But the other thing is too that I'd have no doubt that there actually are other ventures that do hinge off these mountain bike areas. We have tour operators who will take people through. They're making money off this area, but we're not talking about that either. So I just feel that we've basically got a situation where we have a genuinely low impact venture that just happens to be different. Culturally, we're not used to it. We're used to mountain bike riding, and we know that we're good at supplying that. We know that we've got great areas for that. But this particular area, and I have actually gone and done a fair bit of zip lining myself, and I can tell you, no matter what the event is, you don't tend to run off screaming doing it. You don't. You do enjoy it. You're probably more overwhelmed with the physicality of what you're doing than you are about deciding to scream. So I just feel that there's an awful lot of points being made that probably aren't really fair. And I think in some ways it'll be one of those things that should this get off the ground, I think a lot of people who are quite concerned may actually be happily surprised. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question, whenever you're ready.
Alderman Tuka.
Yeah, through to the appropriate officer that can answer the question. Is bushwalk walking considered tourism, or is there tourism, or is the tourism industry in Tasmania heavily reliant on bushwalking?
Through you, Chair, I would say that we do rely on our bushwalking reputation.
Thank you.
Any other? Councillor Kistos.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I don't even know where to start with this application. There's so much to it, and there's so much that I disagree with in terms of the performance criteria and the interpretation that we're seeing tonight. I think there's concerning holes in the report that we've been given, including typographical errors, and I really think that the use clarification is incorrect and that this is, in fact, a tourist operation. I think to describe it as anything else, definitions aside, is incorrect, and I think that this is a defendable position to take to the tribunal if we need to do that. I can appreciate how difficult these definitions are to work with for the people who have put together these reports, and an aerial ropeway and a zip line certainly do have common elements, but I think it can be strongly argued that this is not being put on our mountain to provide a regular mode of transport for people to use. Yes, it is a mode of transport, of course it is, but this is first and foremost a tourist operation that is a banned use in the recreational zone. So I think on that basis alone that this application should be refused. I think it's not consistent with the values of Wellington Park. I think that's made very clear tonight through our very well thought out professional deputations that we've heard in the chamber, and I thank all the people who came and spoke to us today, who have spent many hours and sleepless nights analysing and critiquing and presenting us with well thought out responses today. I note that part of the values of Wellington Park is including the cultural and historical significance of Kunani, and although I do hear that there was an effort to engage with the Aboriginal community in Tasmania, but I am very hesitant to see that as a genuine attempt when one person's name is repeatedly used. When they're not here to defend themselves, there are other people that can be contacted within the community to be able to talk to these things about. The responsibility does not rely on one person in the Aboriginal community. I think it's clear from the report that we don't know the impact that this is going to have on flora and fauna. We saw, again, in the recreation zone, we saw the tawny frogmouth owls and the reports of the boobuks flying over. We don't know. There's nothing in our sound noise assessment that looks at the frequencies that animals might hear as a result of this zip line, this change in their environment. And they won't be tangible changes to begin with. It will be a slow change over time when we already have a climate and biodiversity crisis. I don't think that we can risk harming further our native flora and fauna. It's clear that there will be some clearing associated with the landing platform, which again falls into the performance criteria, and I don't think that this is an acceptable thing to be doing as part of this application, so I think this is another grounds for refusal tonight. And as far as the noise generated, I think it will be significant. I think it will disrupt park use. I think it disrespects the mountain and what people use the mountain for, and it doesn't account for the nuance and the holistic approach of the Wellington Park Management Plan, which clearly states the values that have been identified as important with the mountain moving forward. I don't understand how this possibly fits in with mountain biking. I mean, sure, it's always good to make comparisons, but we're told over and over there's no precedent in planning. This noise is going to be consistent and relentless. There's going to be 11 riders every 30 minutes for the time that this is open. This is a huge gamble, and the conditioning that we can place on this is not good enough. How are you going to mitigate this once it's built? It's of serious concern. So I can't support the application tonight, and I will be supporting the alternate motion to refuse. And I hope that my colleagues will consider some of the points that have been raised this evening.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
That's right, sorry. I've forgotten what the question was. It relates to Hall Saddle and the council's future plans for that site. Has that been discussed with the proponents about what would happen should this go ahead, and how council's plans for a transit hub there would work in with this proposal?
Through you, Chair, not in any formal sense. And my recollection was that it came up at the elected member briefing. Absolutely not preempting any decision or planning or anything, but it's just the idea that this would be something that could be a sort of a first step on the whole Saddle journey, I guess.
Alderman Suko.
So a question through you to the Director. If this was refused tonight, considering that the officer recommendation is approval, would the council need to go out and get external persons to take it to deal with it in the tribunal?
Through Chair, yes.
Would you, based on previous planning applications similar to this nature, what could be the potential costs associated to the council?
Through you, Chair, the noise, the visual is particularly expensive, and noise can also be quite an expensive area. But overall, it's very hard to estimate. At least $100,000, I'd say.
Thank you very much.
Deputy.
Oh, yes, thank you very much, Chair. I would like to thank my fellow colleagues around the table, particularly Councillor Kelly and Alderman Bloomfield and Councillor Elliott for their comments. And much of it I agree with. I agree that this is a really great design. It would be great for the mountain. It would be great for so many different reasons, one of those being tourism. And I think it is a considered, measured, well-conditioned report from our planners, so congratulations on that. You've heavily conditioned it, and from my conversations with the Director, the case precedent of Thamwood, it's within our rights to be able to condition it this heavily, especially on those three requirements within that case law. So well done on that. I want to say well done as well to the applicant. I really thank you for your considered way that you have tried to make it as palatable as possible for the Tasmanian and specifically the Hobart community. So I kind of sat on the fence about this one, and I have to be completely honest about that. I sat on the fence, and as I sat on the fence, I could see both sides of the backyard, metaphorically speaking. The yes zip line backyard, and then the yes to process backyard. And by the end of these discussions that we've had, the wonderful community contributions that have been made with regards to the various issues ranging from noise, the visual impact, few errors in terms of it was only one cable car that gave us the noise assessment. If we have a second one, really won't impact the noise. Hard for me to digest that, but potentially it might be true. But all of those other aspects, I think, while being really significant and important when we talk about noise and we talk about visual impact, I think for me the two main things, as I sat on the fence, I found my legs actually tipping over on the side of the backyard called due process. And looking at things in a process way and looking at things in a planning way, which I hope my fellow councillors around the table will consider as part of the planning process. And that being really two important points for me, and I'll just read the first one. At 9.6 9.2.6.2, and our planning officers say, as discussed earlier, only Chapter 8 of the plan is directly concerned with activities, use and development in Wellington Park. The proposal has therefore not been considered directly against the values of the park and the objectives of the management plan, but has been assessed against the relevant standards contained within Chapter 8. The proposal is considered to comply to these standards. However, when we look at other aspects and we're talking about the values, some of it actually seems to not be in line with 8.2 of the plan and 2.3 of the plan as well. But I think, you know, you could argue it either way, sure, that's okay. I think the biggest thing for me is how we actually classify this. And I think that is going to be the thing that really sets it for me. I'm just going to put my password in my computer so I can read something to you. Because it was asserted that we couldn't actually say that this was in fact tourism, and council is not saying that this is tourism. It was just a thought, somehow we just concocted it in our head as though it was tourism. But clearly, somewhere here in this document, it says it is a tourist operation. And I'd like to read you where that's from, because it has been stated, it has been said, and it has been written. And it's in the executive summary at 1.1, which says, planning approval is sought for a tourist operation. It goes on to say, including railway, ropeway, zipline, launch tower, and so on and so forth. So I suppose as I sat and contemplated this, I think it's really hard for me just on that one basis to say, yeah, look, you know, in this recreational zone, it's actually just transport, depot and distribution. It's not tourism at all. We've heard already how fantastic it might be. It may potentially be the longest and the fastest zip line. It has lots of buses that will go. How many people will go up? Perhaps there'll be screams, perhaps there won't. So for me, and I think perhaps the Hobart community, who are very informed and well aware and smart, this is what we're trying to say about this. What we're trying to say to the Hobart people is that, hey, Hobart community, as a planning authority, we thought the longest, possibly the fastest zip line, perhaps in Australia, potentially it could be, not really sure, is not really tourism. In fact, the zip line is actually just a transport depot and distribution.
Point of order, you don't actually speak for us, thank you.
What's the point of order?
Well, the point of order is that this is the point of order. It is a misrepresentation suggesting that she speaks for us, this room.
Okay, so thank you very much. It's not a point of order. Thank you. Carry on.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, like everybody else around the table who speaks, you're not speaking for me. Likewise, I'm not speaking for everybody else either, but I am making my contribution and I am setting forth my opinion, which I think, and I'm going to say it once again, is that perhaps some of the Hobart community may say, hey, as a planning authority, perhaps you thought that the longest, fastest, maybe potentially the zip line, the longest one in Tasmania, is tourism or not tourism. In fact, what we're trying to say is that that zip line is actually a transport depot and distribution. That's how we're trying to categorise it and define it in a recreation zone. Which I find really difficult to swallow. It's a hard pill to swallow. And that's my opinion and that's my contribution, and I hope that individuals around the table will consider that thoroughly when they make their decision on whether to approve this tonight or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Alderman Zuko.
Look, I wasn't going to speak because I was looking around the table and wondering how and which way things may sort of move. It's quite interesting that, you know, whether or not this is a tourism operation or not, and who wants to define it or not. I'm no expert planner, and I don't think there's anyone around the table who's an expert planner. I'm no expert in noise in noise. I've got no qualifications. Don't think anyone around the table has either. So, as always, I'll say 99% of the time I'm being on this council, I actually take officer advice quite seriously, and I have done so, and I think in my time that I've been on this council, I've only ever voted 3 times against a council decision, and 2 of those were actually ones that we also, the applicant also got up at the tribunal. So I was out on 1. This one here is another one of those ones that seriously concern me, where I hear it so much in this chamber, how we must take advice from our expert officers and planners and CEO, who's very relaxed at the back there, and that. But yet here we've got our officers who are the professionals here who have come up with a report, and all a number of us want to do is chop it to pieces and put our own definitions and definements onto it. I did ask the question earlier in regards to the bikes. It's not relevant to this application, but the Hobart City Council was the one that actually put the application up for the bikes. But there was never a question on how many bikes were going to go up the mountain, how many people were going to drive up the mountain at all whatsoever. But yet, on this application, there's a big issue on how many people drive up the mountain. But again, I've already stated that I'm no expert in noise, but I just wonder if we had an influx on people that wanted to walk on the mountain and ride bikes on the mountain, and more buses going up the mountain, more cars going up the mountain. Oh, wait a minute. Hopefully they're all electric cars, because the noise factors on buses and everything like that going up and down a mountain no doubt will carry across the mountain. But again, I'm no expert in noise. I did ask the question about tourism. Now, the point's been made that this is a tourism venture. So is bushwalking. And I note the definition of bushwalking. Yes, bushwalking and hiking are significant components of Tasmania's tourism industry. So we're already operating tourism on the mountain. So again, we're all going across the whole spectrum here and putting our own slants and definitions on noise tourism and what it all is, but yet we've got professional officers who have provided us advice that we should approve this. Which brings me to my concerns, yet again, of a potential 50,000, 100,000, if not more cost, because we have to go out and get external experts if we can do so. And how many times have we not got external experts to deal with the matter, and it's cost us money? Now, the next time I hear elected members praising our staff on how wonderful they are and how professional they are, I'm going to remind you all about this report. And Karen Abey, thank you very much for your report. It's very professional. Thank you very much.
Councillor Passault.
Thank you, Chair. Right. So there's been a lot of impassioned debates tonight, some of which has gone outside of our requirements this evening, and that includes from representatives who have made very heartfelt community-led pleas to protect the mountain and talk a lot about impacts on other users, and contrary to the spirit of the management plan and aspects such as this. You'll find no other person as connected to the mountain as me. I'm equally connected to the mountain as anyone else. I spend a lot of time up there, and I do love Coonamble, Mount Wellington. I do recognise the need to provide for tourism operations within Hobart. Despite Hobart being an incredible place to live, there are actually somewhat limited opportunities for tourists within Hobart City itself. I love Tasmania and I love Hobart, but I do think, particularly for young adventurous people, that there are opportunities for tourist ventures such as this. Many of you have spoken about how difficult this decision has been tonight. For me, planning decisions are not difficult because they are objective. They're not subjective, and that is a key consideration here. Does this proposal meet the requirements of the planning scheme, or does it not? Nothing else matters this evening. There was another point to come, or is another point to come, at phase 4 of this application, where we can apply a subjective lens and talk about how much we love the mount and its similarities or not dissimilarities to Regatta Day. That is the time and place for that. The time and place to talk about how this application interacts with our planning scheme is tonight. And so, bringing me to that, I'll just read from the document, the assessment of use under point 7, page 35. Categorising the proposed uses. The proposal is considered to include elements of tourism operation use as well as transport depot and distribution use. These elements are defined similarly, though not identically, in the management plan, Table 3, Chapter 8, and the planning scheme. I'm going to focus on transport depot and distribution. Under the planning scheme, transport depot and distribution use is defined as use of land for distributing goods or passengers, or to park or garage vehicles associated with those activities. Other than port and shipping, examples include an airport, a bus terminal, a council depot, a heliport, a mail centre, a railway station, a road, a rail freight terminal, or a taxi depot. I think everyone can agree and accept that they are all fairly large-scale transport depots. Under the management plan, transport depot and distribution use development is defined as use of land for distributing goods or passengers, bus terminal, council depot, or other potential transport modes. And this is where we get into the clinching points. The term potential transport modes is defined within the management plan, so they've clarified what it means. Forms of public transport that have the potential to effectively move large numbers of people, but for which little or no infrastructure currently exists in the park. It includes, but is not limited to, shuttle buses, cable cars and aerial ropeways, and funicular rail and cable rail systems. Our officers have identified that the specific naming up of aerial ropeways in this clause is what pushed them to assess this as a transport depot and distribution hub rather than a tourism operation. While I'm not a planner, I'm fairly well versed in researching definitions. Looking through definitions of aerial ropeway, I am not satisfied that a zip line meets the definition of an aerial ropeway. Aerial ropeway transit, I'm just going to read some definitions for you, are a type of aerial transportation mode in which passengers are transported in a cabin that is suspended and pulled by cables. From one definition. Furthermore, an aerial ropeway, also known as an aerial tramway, skytram, cable car or aerial cable car, is a system for transporting passengers or materials in carriers suspended above the ground by one or more cables. How it works: aerial ropeways utilise one or two stationary cables for support, with a third moving cable providing propulsion. In addition, an alternate mechanism for operating them is a ropeway is based on the principle of continuous movement. As such, it is a closed system which does not require energy to move its dead weight, because cars are going up and down. Furthermore, aerial ropeway diverts in Wikipedia to aerial lift, And this is a common theme when looking at the definitions of aerial ropeways. Aerial ropeways are two-way transport. They are not one-way. The cables move. They are not stationary. And cars and other carrying devices are clamped to the cables. A zip line is not an aerial ropeway. Turning to a simple definition of zip line provided by Wikipedia, a zip line, zip wire, flying fox, or death slide, as they're sometimes called, is a pulley suspended on a cable mounted on a slope. It is designed to enable a person propelled by gravity to travel from the top to the bottom of the inclined cable by holding onto or being attached to the freely moving pulley. Its use is not confined to adventure sport, recreational tourism, although modern day usage tends to favour those meanings. So, based on the very starting point at which officers conducted their assessment, I believe there has been an error in defining aerial ropeway. Had an alternative view been taken of what aerial ropeway means, the officers would have drawn the conclusion, as many of my colleagues have, that this is not a transport depot and distribution proposal, it is a tourism venture. Thank you, Chair.
Deputy. Okay. Well, most of you have spoken. Let me reflect on it from my point of view. It appears that Councillor Passault must have stolen my notes. But let me just begin by saying it is my understanding and observation that council staff, no doubt, we give them credit as professionals, as experts, they have given us their report. And we as elected members, we always analyze, and most of us sitting in this room have gone against the expert advice. They said, this is what we recommend, but we have gone against it. You and I know we have. Because we, as elected members, don't just accept the report as gospel truth. We are elected to look at it, analyze it, and then say, now, do we agree with this or not? The other comment I want to make is this, that it is not only noise that we're looking at, but there are so many other factors that we have to consider when we have to vote tonight. I make a number of observations. Due to time, I won't deal with everything. But it's my understanding that the existing use is for natural and two, for cultural values management. So the existing use is for the natural, quiet enjoyment. I could go on and define and explain and describe what natural really means, but we haven't got the time. The second observation I make is this. The proposed use under Table 3, Chapter 8 of the Management Plan that I have read quite extensively, and it's Chapter 8 of the Management Plan, and Chapter 8A of the Management Plan only applies. But there are restrictions there as well. However, the proposed use are twofold. One, for tourist operation, and this is what it says very, very clearly. If you have read, it says, in the management plan, the use of land specifically to attract tourists rather than accommodation, visitor center, interpretation center, viewing shelter. Now, for me, there are two terms which are very important for me. One, that we attract tourists. Now, I asked the question earlier on, do we have statistics with regards to tourists? We don't. And therefore, making an assumption. The assumption is based on the fact that when you look at facts, say, for example, during the winter months, in 2024, in June, there were 15,146 people who went, as far as statistics are concerned. In July, there was 41,380. and in August, there was 22,010. Now, when you look at the statistics, we are not able to demarcate and differentiate as to how many are tourists and how many are locals. So when I look at the management plan, it says the use of the land specifically is to attract tourists for viewing shelter. My other question was, is this a viewing shelter or is it a viewing platform? Again, like Councillor Passault, I looked at the definition. And if you are able to look at the definition very clearly says the two are very different. They are not similar, nor are they same. They're very different. The shelter is the one that we have at the pinnacle. It's closed, it's got historical information, etc., etc. This is not a viewing shelter. It is a viewing platform, according to the report. The third observation I make is this, that it is for transport. And again, when I read the potential for transport, it's well covered by Councillor Passault. Now, so therefore, I will not repeat myself, and I would simply endorse the points he had made. I also make another observation, where, in fact, in 8.9.4, page 50, it is stated that it must be shown that the building will not visually intrude into the landscape in relation to local natural environmental features, views from either the pinnacle or elsewhere, and C, views from settled areas of Hobart and suburbs. Now, this is what staff says. The staff has stated that the proposal would not significantly have a visual impact upon local natural environmental features. But for me, the requirement in the provision is that the building will not visually intrude into the landscape. The question is not, will it significantly impact? That is not the provision. The provision is saying, will that visually intrude? Now, to analyze this, I would say that there is a difference here. It is not an issue of significant visual impact, but the question is, does it intrude into the landscape? And for me, I think this is where it is intruding the landscape and not a significant point made. It is not a significant visual impact as stated in there. Now, there are a number of other points that I could go on and speak, but the others have already mentioned. But for me, the important thing to note is this: what is the existing use? What is the proposed use? And you look at it under the management plan, the tourism and transportation. For me, it does not satisfy. And when you analyze other factors, unfortunately, it doesn't really satisfy the provision. And on those grounds, I have some hesitation unless I'm going to be moved by some other person's enlightenment. But therefore, I'll have to stop. Everybody has spoken. I will now put that motion, the recommendation. Those in favour? Aye. Aye. Those against? Aye. Okay, put your hands up, please, for those in favour.
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly.
And against?
Councillor Passault, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Loberger, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor and Chair.
Has been carried, is it right?
No, lost.
Motion lost, sorry, my apologies. The motion has been lost, sorry.
Foreshadow motion.
I'd like to move my foreshadowed motion. You do have a copy of it. Can we put that on? Yep. Okay.
So others can see as well.
Okay, I will read through the alternative motion. That, pursuant to the Hobart Interim Planning Scheme 2015, the Council refused the application for tourist operation including aerial ropeway, zip line, launch tower, landing platform, storage and amenities, car parking and associated works at 100 Pinnacle Road, Wellington Park, 220 Waterworks Road, Ridgeway and Strickland Avenue, South Hobart for the following reasons. 1. The proposed tourist operation use is prohibited in the recreation zone. That's landing platform, and a permit must not be granted pursuant to Table 3 of the Wellington Park Management Plan 2013, as amended October 2015, and Clause 8.7.1 of the Hobart Interim Planning Scheme 2015. 2. The proposed use is not consistent with the values of the Wellington Park identified in Section 8.2 and Section 2.3 of the Wellington Park Management Plan 2013, in that it is primarily focused on the recreational and tourism values and diminishes the Wellington Park's values relating to natural values, wildness and remoteness, and cultural and historical significance. 3. The proposal does not meet the acceptable solution or performance criteria with respect to Sections 8.5.7, Issue 2, page 2.1 of the Wellington Park Management Plan 2013 as a proposal due to the clearing associated with the landing platform and tracks does not avoid or significantly remedy the loss of native vegetation. 4. The proposal does not meet the acceptable solution or performance criteria with respect to Sections 8.5.7, Issue 2, page P2.2 of the Wellington Park Management Plan 2013 as a proposal due to the potential impact on endangered species, including the swift parrot, from the impacts of the operation of the zip line, such as noise and collision risk, and does not avoid or sufficiently remedy these potential impacts. 5. The proposal does not meet the acceptable solution or performance criteria with respect to Section 8.5.7, Issue 6, P6.1 and S1.6, Issue 1, P11.1 of the Wellington Park Management Plan 2013, as a proposal will generate noise emissions that will have an adverse effect on the quiet enjoyment of the natural and cultural values of Kunani, Mount Wellington, and which are insufficiently remedied. So, move that.
Yeah.
Can I put that motion, Chair?
It's moved by Councillor Harvey.
I've moved it.
He's moved it.
No, there's no seconding. Oh, thank you. Now, anyone wants to speak to that? Okay, Deputy.
Thank you for doing that. Well done. And I do commend the fact that it does have those aspects that have been spoken around the table with regards to definition. And I deeply and sincerely want to thank the community as well for letting us know their views and their perspectives and for being here for a considerably long amount of time. Thank you.
Anyone else wants to speak to that? No. I shall put that motion now. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Okay. Those in favour?
Councillor Percent, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Roberger, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor and Chair.
Against?
Councillor Zuko, Alderman Zuko, apologies. Councillor Elliott, Alderman Bloomfield and Councillor Gay.
The motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, we shall now, if you want to stay, you are most welcome to stay, but if you want to leave.
I've packed up all my stuff.
Move if you don't mind, people, we have the meeting continue. Thank you. You can talk outside. Thank you. With the meeting now. 8.1, the reports. Moved by Councillor Passant. Any questions? Buddy, at the back, can you please move out? We're continuing with the meeting, if you don't mind. Can you please, if you don't mind, sorry about that, we still, unless you want to stay for the rest of the item on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Move item 8.
Been moved. Any questions? Any queries? Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried unanimously. 8.2, pending delegated decisions report. Councillor Passant.
A question? 11 Domain Road, $2 million. What's that about?
Chair, upgrades to the Botanic Gardens.
Okay.
So it works on that side.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions? No, I put that those in favour. Oh, you have a question?
No, not on that item.
Okay. I'll put that.
Aye.
Those in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Okay, responsive to questions 9.1, someone move that be received and noted. Moved by Councillor Harvey. Yeah. All in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried unanimously. Questions without notice.
Did an elected member ask for the zip line item to be deferred or extended? Ask the director for the item to be deferred or extended?
I'm
Through you, Chair, I'll take that one on notice.
Okay. And if are individual elected members able to ask directors to have an item deferred or extended?
Chair, no, the decision to defer an item is for the elected member sitting as the planning authority.
Is it fair to say that it would be inappropriate for an individual elected member asked the director to have an item deferred or extended?
Through you, Chair, it's as I would say to anybody if they ask me the question, it's not my call. So if somebody suggests it, I'm more than happy to suss out the applicant, but it's not my call.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Kelly.
I think I might have asked the CM request, but I'll ask the director. With the Taswater closing of Queen's Walk Road, I cannot recall at any stage, with all the preambles and talks we have with Taswater, about them saying to us that road would be closed off for, how long has it been proposed?
A month.
Well, I thought it might have been more than a month. Anyway, for an extended period of time, which is causing unbelievable traffic chaos. They did mention the hard stand area, the sports facility in Bell Street, I think it was. I cannot recall any point in time, in any information given to Council, that this would be the case. Are you aware of that?
I want to notice. So I'm not aware,
No,
but
okay.
somebody else might
because
be aware.
it would be very, very disappointing. Thank you.
Councillor Passant.
Supplementary to Councillor Kelly's question, traffic's not horrendous, it's actually fixed one problem, but we don't normally see road closures as part of planning anyway.
Through Chair, not from a planning point of view.
Not for planning.
I mean, road closures are delegated, temporary road closures are delegated to officers.
That's right. Yeah, so we wouldn't see that in planning for this development anyway. Yeah.
Any other questions? No, somebody would like to move that the meeting, moved by Councillor Loberger.